The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 15th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mary E. Miller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority or minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Allen Police Chief Brian Harvey as he retires after 44 years of dedicated service and leadership in the field of law enforcement. Chief Harvey took the oath of office as the Allen Police Chief on February 7th, 2012, and during his tenure demonstrated steadfast leadership, strategic guidance, and an unyielding commitment to public safety. Prior to leading the Allen Police Department, Chief Harvey contributed 32 years of valuable law enforcement experience as the Deputy Chief of Police with the Dallas Police Department. Chief Harvey's leadership has been characterized by stability, innovation, and a commitment to the growth and efficiency of the police department. During his tenure, Chief Harvey enhanced community outreach and transparency and implemented vital police recruitment initiatives, including expanding the school resource officer program and providing imperatives, including mental health training and resources for the department. Chief Harvey continually spearheaded efforts to keep the department updated on the latest technological advancements, setting a precedent that other departments emulated. Chief Harvey's leadership during critical moments, including during the May 6, 2023 active shooter incident at the Allen Premium Outlets and the subsequent weeks, demonstrated exceptional bravery and courage among his responding officers, saving lives and showcasing the resilience of the Allen Police Department. Chief Harvey's retirement provides an opportunity for reflection on his remarkable achievements and lifetime of service, and for that I extend my gratitude. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Jacob Carter, a dearly beloved husband, brother, and son, and co-owner of Howdy Bagel in Tacoma, Washington. Jacob was tragically and senselessly killed while vacationing in New Orleans with his husband Daniel just after the new year. Jacob and Daniel opened their bagel shop, Howdy Bagel, in May of 2023, a milestone accomplishment that began with at-home experimentation during the pandemic lockdowns. Howdy opened to immediate and sustained success in Tacoma with lines week after week stretching far past the front door. With Howdy, though, Jacob brought so much more than good food to Tacoma. The store, proudly queer-owned and operated, has provided a warm, inclusive gathering spot to the LGBTQ+ community, yes, but also to anyone willing to make new friends with their neighbors while waiting in line for lox. Jacob was a light in Tacoma and cultivated this community intentionally. As Howdy's motto goes, y'all means all. The saying is a tip to his Texas roots and a reflection of his efforts, always, to ensure everyone had a seat at the table. Whether it was his work selling bagels, helping resettle asylees and refugees, or aiding community development in the Middle East, Jacob never faltered in spreading kindness and inclusivity. He was the kind of good Samaritan we all strive to be. Madam Speaker, I join our Pacific Northwest community in grieving the loss of a burgeoning leader. Like far too many others in our nation, Jacob was the victim of the epidemic of gun violence, a uniquely American scourge that cannot be accepted as a fact of life. I join Jacob's husband, Daniel, and the rest of his family in grieving the loss of a uniquely generous and loving soul. And Madam Speaker, I stand here on the House floor to recognize that the city of Tacoma will forever be better because Jacob made it his home. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to share the story of Omer Miran, a 46-year-old husband and father of 2 small daughters. On October 7th, Omer was one of more than 240 men, women, children, and elderly who were brutally kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. He and 134 hostages are still held captive in Gaza, enduring unthinkable torture and trauma. I stand here today to demand that Hamas release Omer immediately, along with all the remaining hostages. Those who have been released have shared horror stories of abuse, children being forced to take drugs, and inhumane conditions. We must stand with Israel as it works to destroy Hamas and free its citizens wrongfully held by the terror group. Israel has proven its willingness to pause the fighting for hostages to be returned home. Despicably, Hamas broke the first hostage deal, just as it broke a ceasefire that was in place before October 7th. I call on all nations with ties to Hamas to increase the pressure on the terrorist group to immediately free all those it's holding captive. Hostages like Omer Miran have endured horrific abuse, sexual assault, torture, and heavy drugging from their Hamas captors. It's time to bring Omer home. It's time to bring them all home, now. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Madam Speaker, we leave today a day early. We essentially have 4-day weeks. That's mean that 25% of the work that we were planning to do, we're not going to do. We leave, I think, because we either can't do our work or we won't be allowed to do our work. Madam Speaker, I rise again, as I have so many times when we were leaving without doing the critical business of America and the world. I rise again for our allies in Ukraine and Israel. I rise for the defense of democracy and freedom and people who are fighting for their very survival as a democracy. The other week I read a story, Madam Speaker, about the desperate situation of the front lines outside Kharkiv in Ukraine. A Ukrainian air defense soldier positioned outside the city spotted a salvo of Russian missiles rising over the horizon. He stood there helplessly. His unit lacked the equipment and ammunition necessary to shoot missiles down. Within minutes, the missile struck a residential complex, killing numerous civilians. And yet, we stand here ready to walk out of this chamber, our work undone. The soldier later told a journalist, "I understood they would fly and hit people, and I couldn't do anything to prevent it from happening." He was right. There was nothing he could have done because he did not have the weapons that were necessary. The Congress, of course, cannot say the same. We can do something. We must do something. This Congress stands silent in this House. The Senate has acted. Late, but it's never too late to do the right thing. But this Congress remains silent. For 413 days, our Congress has failed to secure additional aid for Ukraine. For 131 days, we have failed to do the same for Israel. This action is born not of a lack of consensus, because we have over 300 votes on this floor for either one of those bills, and I think the Senate bill. Instead, we see Trump and far-right's outstanding sympathy for Putin. Senator Tuberville said, blame America first, just the other day. It's our fault. We made Putin, a war criminal, invade Ukraine. All 7 times supplemental aid for Ukraine came to the House floor in recent months, over 300 members supported it. So it is not the question that we do not have consensus. It is that the Speaker will not allow consensus to be spoken. The Senate just passed a bill to provide this aid and to our allied with 70 votes. 70% of the Senate sent us a bill. The question is not whether this legislation would receive enough votes to pass this House. The question is whether Speaker Johnson will give us the opportunity to vote on it at all. Refusal to do so is causing Ukrainians to die. Mr. Speaker, you are preventing the People's House from working its will as the Senate did. Give the victims of Putin's war crimes a vote, Mr. Speaker. Give Ukraine hope, Mr. Speaker. Tell Putin, "Niet." Every minute we don't signal retreats instead of resolve. Incomprehensibly, Trump amplified that dangerous message over the weekend, explicitly saying he would not only refuse to defend our NATO allies, but would encourage the Russians to do whatever the hell they want. Is that America? Is that the leadership we want to portray to the country, to the world? Is that the leader of the free world? Mute. That, Mr. Speaker, is aid and comfort to our enemies. Those aren't the words of someone who seeks to lead the free world. They are the words of someone who would turn his back on the free world. Every Republican, no matter what office they hold or seek, ought to go on record and condemn those comments. Governor Christie would agree with that statement. Putin salivates, ladies and gentlemen of this House, at this inaction and division sown by the isolationist or authoritarian-loving factions of one of our parties that leads this House. That's why he recently sat down with Tucker Carlson. Speaker, give us a vote. We have the votes. Ukrainian and Israel cry out for America's help and leadership, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share the story of Ron Gavili. Ron is a 24-year-old, loves playing guitar, and like me, has a passion for motorcycles. On October 7, Ron was waiting for an operation when he heard what was happening. He left the hospital to go help and become one of the more than 240 men, women, children, and elderly who were brutally kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. He and 134 terrorists or hostages are still held captive in Gaza, enduring unthinkable torture and trauma. I stand here today to demand that Hamas release Ron immediately, along with all the remaining hostages. Those who have been released have shared horror stories about sexual abuse, children being forced to take drugs, and inhumane conditions. We must stand with Israel as it works to destroy Hamas and free its citizens wrongfully held by the terror group. Israel has proven its willingness to pause the fighting for hostages and to be returned home. Despicably, Hamas broke the first hostage deal just as it broke a ceasefire that was in place before October 7th. I call on all nations with ties to Hamas to increase the pressure on this terrorist group to immediately free all those it's holding captive. It's time to bring Ran and all the hostages home. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a great couple from Omaha. It's my pleasure to rise during Black History Month to acknowledge the important contributions that African Americans have made and continue to make to American society. Today I honor two extraordinary citizens, John and Dr. Viv Ewing from Omaha, who've made long-lasting professional and personal contributions to the 2nd District of Nebraska. In September of 2024, John and Viv will celebrate their 40th wedding anniversary. Guided by their faith, their marriage has been a demonstration of faith, service, and civic engagement. They've passed along their strong work ethic and communal leadership to their daughters, Christina and Alexandria, who have also extensive community service experience with the Salvation Army, the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, Girl Scouts of America, and the Open Door Mission. John Ewing started serving the citizens of Omaha for 24 years, retiring as the Deputy Chief of Police for the Omaha Police Department. During that time, he served as a unit commander of the Special Victims Unit, investigating crimes committed against women and children, the most vulnerable of our society. With this experience, John helped develop legislation to more effectively address crimes committed against women and children. 10 new state statutes have become law as a result of his effort to protect our citizens. For 17 years, John has held public office as the Douglas County Treasurer. And in this role, he is responsible for the collection of over $1.7 billion in taxes for Douglas County, the largest county in our district. John has continuously volunteered his time serving our community, having been involved with over 60 nonprofit boards. Dr. Viv Ewing has devoted her professional career to serving communities across the 2nd District. Viv is currently the president and CEO at Children's Square USA, a child welfare organization that provides programs and services for vulnerable children and families. She has previously served in nonprofits leadership positions at Promise Ship, Alzheimer's Association of Nebraska, Habitat for Humanity, the American Red Cross, Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and many more notable organizations. Viv is the founder and president of the Ewing Group, a consulting company that helps women, small business owners, corporations, and universities and organizations rise to success. Viv understands the value of education and spent many years teaching at major universities and colleges. She's the author of a motivational book, Yes, You Can Have Your Cake and Eat It Too, in which she shares her strategies for achieving more success and fulfillment. John and Viv Ewing are servant leaders and have worked on initiatives and volunteered for organizations that strengthen families, children, and the community, such as United Way, the Great Plains Black History Museum, the 100 Black Men of Omaha, the Salvation Army North Corps, the Sienna Francis House, Child Saving Institute, Charles Drew Health Center, and more. They have received many awards and accolades for their actions and recently were awarded with a face on the barroom floor by the Omaha Press Club. In addition, they both serve as associate ministers for Salem Baptist Church, which has played an important role in the history of African Americans in Omaha. So with this, I thank John and Viv for their past, current, and future contributions to our city, state, and country. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
As we celebrate Black History Month, Madam Speaker, we must embrace that Black History Month and Black history is American history. We must embrace that Black history as American history will tap into a wellspring of intellect, perspective, and capacity. Individually, we shine, but collectively, we radiate brilliance, affect change in our nation and around the world. Change as doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, artists, sports folks, members of Congress, moms, and more. I honor Harriet Tubman, the first woman to lead an armed civil rights war expedition, freeing over 700 South Carolinians. And today at noon, I celebrate the Harriet Tubman Commemorative Coin Act in honor of her 200th birthday, authored by Congressman Greg Meeks. But this, in fact, Madam Speaker, is just the first step. I will continue to fight for Tubman on the $20 bill. As we strive to make Black history a required part of American history, we must first recognize the trailblazers. I celebrate Rosa Parks, who resisted on that December 1st day on that bus, who paved the way for integrated public transportation. Rosa Parks sat down on that bus so I can stand in the halls of Congress today. Rosa Parks, the mother of the civil rights movement, was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal for her bravery. I am proud that I authored the first in the nation's Ohio's December 1st as Rosa Parks Day. I celebrate my lifelong friend and mentor, Lieutenant Colonel Charity Adams Early, the first African-American woman officer in the Women's Auxiliary Corps. The top-ranking Black woman officer, Lieutenant Charity Adams Early, who battled segregation in the United States Army, laying the groundwork for today's integrated military. She received unanimously from this Congress the gold medal to the Triple C 8 Battalion. I honor Dr. DeSalle Dolly Adams, a trailblazer, activist, community leader, a dear friend and a mentor who passed away 6 days ago. A legend in the Episcopal Church as a supervisor, a 60-year member of the Links Incorporated and the 8th national president. As a young member of the Links Incorporated, the iconic Dolly Adams held my hand and said, "I am paving the way for you to go make a difference." She was granted the Order of the Palmetto State's highest honor. Dolly Adams is Black history. I celebrate Vice President Kamala Harris, the first woman and the first Black person to be Vice President of these United States of America. She speaks to America and the world with a strong voice of protecting our democracy and fighting for equality and justice to save the soul of this nation, always putting people over politics. Madam Speaker, as we stand here today, I am honored to be able to come today to salute so many Black Americans. I celebrate Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, appointed by President Biden, the first Black woman to serve as a Supreme Court Justice. I had the distinct pleasure of testifying as a witness at her confirmation hearing in 2022. Supreme Court Ketanji Justice Jackson is Black history, American history. And finally, for this hour, I celebrate Amanda Gorton, the youngest poet at a presidential inauguration. Her story inspires youth worldwide to choose democracy's brilliance over the hopelessness of autocracy and oppression. Amanda Gorton is American history, and let us not have her books banned by this Congress or anyone else to be read by all of our school children. These historic roles, Madam Speaker, celebrates our nation's progress and compel us to leverage talent across race and gender for national prosperity. Celebrating Black history as American history allows us to celebrate our nation's shared brilliance, strength, wisdom, and power. Madam Speaker, I close by saying, for this reason, I ask my colleagues to support House Bill H.R. 703. Black history is American history, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I'm illustrating here today is one of the largest environmental disasters in American history. This was caused by environmental movement actions here. What you see is the Klamath River up in Northern California and reaches partly into Oregon. There's been 4 hydroelectric dams that have been there for anywhere from 60 to 100 years, creating clean, renewable, CO2-free, green electricity, something that Americans seem to want and certainly government is pushing hard for as it tries to electrify everything by mandate, our vehicles, our leaf blowers, lawnmowers, stoves, what have you. But on the other hand, they want to take away the generation capacity to make all this electricity. So here we have, you see this plume right here on the Klamath River, where one of the stems of the Klamath here has still got clean water. What you see here is the plume from where they started, knocked down one of the dams so far, as well as released from the bottom, unplugging many, many years of silt and sedimentation that had been built up underneath at the bottom of the various lakes in the chain. So guess what? We warned them about this. They just glossed over it. They said, oh, the silt will be fine. It'll be fine. Well, they're finding out that there's high levels of chromium and other heavy metals in that silt. We knew this. They ignored it anyway, because these 4 dams for them are trophies for the environmental movement. Not about protecting fish. What the latest projection was by Fish and Game personnel just said this week in meetings up in the north. Again, you see here a normal part of the river, a tributary coming in. You know, it's winter water there, so it isn't a perfect clear, but that's normal water for the winter. And here's the dirty plume coming down the Klamath here, this brown, mucky stuff that is killing the wildlife in that system. So they said they're actually expecting and with a straight face that, it might be 10 to 12 years now for the fish population that they ostensibly are trying to protect to return. Now, the life cycle of a salmon is 3 years. So you're going to be wiping out several generations, hoping, I guess, that the salmon that are out in the ocean that return up the river will somehow find their way back after 10 and 12 years of forgetting about their habitat and where their imprint is toward their normal breeding grounds. Would you have bought into this idea of like, oh yeah, the salmon are going to be wiped out for 10 or 12 years and think that's an environmental win? I don't think any normal person would think that. But that's now, since they've started this project of tearing down, here's still an existing dam here that makes hydroelectric power, but you can see the plume right here. Maybe hard to see on TV, but this is a gray, blackish, brown crud hitting that dam from up above and coming through at the bottom where they've unplugged it and just let it run. Now, again, if it's supposed to be about wildlife, it isn't. You know, the final poster I have to show you here, this shows dead deer that have waded out into that muck that came from the bottom of the dam. This is not the natural condition of the river by any stretch, with the dams in place. At least 3 deer in this photo. There's several more in the larger pull-away of the photo that wandered out and got stuck. As the Fish and Game Department helplessly stood on the shore, could hear them bellowing and bleeding, but being unable to get out. They had, of course, no means to go out and rescue them. Heaven knows if people would have gone out there, or some crazy kids out there mud bogging in their 4-wheel drives or something, how they would get anybody out of there. They don't have a plan for that. We'll have that plan later. They're working on it as they monitor it, says Fish and Game. So this is what you have, an environmental disaster under the guise of preserving fish. They're trying to differentiate, well, there's a bunch of non-native fish that are dying off, like yellow perch and others. And so the salmon they're trying to protect, we still think they're up in the tributaries hiding out right now. What happens as soon as they come down into that? If they move at all, or if they come upstream at all, what happens? They're going to get wiped out on that. So as much as farmers and ranchers there have bent over backwards in the Scott and Shasta rivers, as well as on the Klamath River up in the Tule Lake Basin, not to mention the refuges that don't get water for ducks and geese and other waterfowl habitat, what's the answer to them? Oh, I guess we messed up. But likely, they're going to want to take even more water out of the Klamath Lake and cut off agriculture even more so, because they have to now clean this mess up here. Who's going to be held liable for this? Who's going to be held liable for the lies about this whole system here? Is it going to be Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, who signed off on this 5-0 finally, after we tried to give them facts on what was going on here? Is it going to be EPA? Is it going to be NOAA Fisheries? Is it going to be California Department of Fish and Game? I'm sorry, it's now known as Fish and Wildlife, politically correct. Will it be U.S. Fish and Wildlife? Or are they just going to keep coming back more and more to agriculture and saying, well, you're going to have to pay more with your water supply because we screwed up?
The gentleman's time has expired.
The people up there have been wronged by this, and government needs to do much better, and they're going to have to be paying restitution for the damage. I yield back.
The chair recognizes The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
I'd like to take a moment to recognize Captain Jeremy Watkins for his 22 years of extraordinary service with the Dearborn Fire Department in Michigan's 12th District Strong. Captain Watkins started as a firefighter with the Dearborn Fire Department in 2002. He steadily rose through the ranks, serving as an engineer, a lieutenant, and promoted to captain this coming year. In 2024. Over the years, Captain Watkins has been recognized for his commitment and outstanding public service, achieving 5 company awards, as well as Fire Chief's Unit Award and Fire Chief Life Saving Award, and the John Dingell Medal of Freedom Memorial Award. He has also been recognized multiple times, Madam Speaker, for his safe driving record and for his work at the vaccination center. Captain Watkins has devoted countless hours and energy in serving the people and the families of the city of Dearborn. Please join me in recognizing his 22 years of commitment to protecting our communities across Michigan's 12th district as we wish him strength in his fight against brain cancer. Madam Speaker, ending utility shutoffs, boldly tackling the climate crisis, fully funding Social Security, universal school meals for every child that's hungry in our country, guaranteeing health care and clean water as a human right. Year after year, many colleagues tell me that there's no money for these life-saving programs. And then they turn around and vote for another record-breaking $886.3 billion in military budget and massive weapon giveaways for foreign governments, funneling billions of our tax dollars to the very same defense contractors that many of them are invested in and taking campaign donations from. We should not be voting to send our U.S. dollars to any government that's violating human rights, period. It's disturbing that many of my colleagues in this chamber are actively profiting financially when they vote to pass more funding for weapons and wars. Literally, every bomb dropped makes them money. The American people deserve representatives who vote in the best interest of our families. We are all elected to serve the public, not to serve stock portfolios. I introduced the Stop Politicians Profiting from War Act to put an end to this corruption and ban members of Congress from owning war and defense stocks. The American people deserve better. We are sick of politicians profiting from death and war. Madam Speaker, over 600,000 killed. It has been over a decade since the start of the Syrian civil war, and victims of numerous horrific crimes committed during the conflict are still waiting for justice. In recent months, regional powers and dictators have sought to sweep the war criminal, the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, horrific crimes under the rug and welcome him back into the international arena. Shame. Assad's regime committed some of the worst atrocities of the 21st century, including using chemical weapons, literally, on his own people, and widespread use of torture, horrific torture on his own people. I introduced the Justice for Syrians resolution and urge my colleagues to bring it to the floor for a vote. The bill directs the U.S. through the United Nations to finally hold the war criminal Assad accountable for crimes against humanity for an ad hoc international court of law. This is critical. Please join me in demanding justice for our Syrian people and our families that are directly impacted that live here in the United States, and push and hold war criminals like Assad accountable for their crimes against humanity. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, hundreds of thousands of children and adults all across America, including over 177,000 just from my state in Florida, live with digestive, gastrointestinal, liver, or pancreatic disease or inherited metabolic disorders, commonly referred to as IMD, that actually inhibits their bodies from being able to process food, just typical foods. When left untreated, Madam Speaker, inherited metabolic diseases or gastrointestinal conditions actually cause the body to fail to absorb nutrients, and the food can actually become toxic. Without necessary nutrition, patients can face severe health risks, including unnecessary surgeries, hospitalizations, intellectual disabilities, or death. Our health system must be structured to support proven treatments so that these patients can continue to live with these diseases. I recently introduced legislation with Representative McGovern that would make medically necessary nutrition more easily accessible to patients across the nation. H.R. 6892, the Medical Nutrition Equity Act, builds on coverage Congress passed for TRICARE and would actually cover medical necessary food, vitamins, and individual amino acids for these Americans with digestive and inherited metabolic disorders, and allow them to lead normal, healthy lives. As co-chair of the Crohn's and Colitis Caucus, where I advocate for these digestive disorders, I urge my colleagues to consider supporting this legislation as we work to pass it into law. Thank you. Madam Speaker, as a former sheriff, I dedicated my life to holding rule breakers accountable. And I'm here to tell you this morning, President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas are rule breakers. Their inaction on securing the southern border is not a failed policy, Madam Speaker, it is their policy. For over 1,000 days now, they have refused to secure our southern border. The House has tried to intervene when we jointly passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, the strongest border security bill in history. While Senator Schumer and President Biden refuse to act on this bill, we continue to see record numbers of illegal immigrants at our border, increasing rates of fentanyl poisonings, and an uptick in our national security threats. Senator Schumer and President Biden falsely claim that they need additional authority to fix this situation at the southern border. That is blatantly false. False. If the president cared about truly securing the border, Madam Speaker, all he's got to do is undo the 94 executive actions that he's taken since becoming president that have created this crisis at the southern border. He can support states like Texas and others in their efforts to secure their own borders, and he can sign H.R. 2 into law. Listen, I'm proud to join with Representative Hinson and my other colleagues in demanding that the president enforce our laws on the books today to immediately address this crisis at the border. I have to say that the president's inaction is costing American lives in billions of dollars. For 3 years, Republicans have been the balefire to America that our southern border was in crisis. 3 years. But it takes a presidential election and the impeachment of the Homeland Security Secretary to actually get Democrats to finally admit that there's a crisis at our southern border. That should not be. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Mayor Ken Miyagishima on the occasion of his retirement and to recognize his more than 3 decades of work as a public servant who has tirelessly represented Las Cruces as the longest-serving mayor in the city's history. In 1992, Mr. Miyagishima was the first American of Japanese-Mexican descent to be elected to public office in New Mexico as a county commissioner for Doña Ana County. He later served on the Las Cruces City Council before being elected mayor of Las Cruces, becoming the first person of Japanese and Mexican descent in New Mexico to be elected to this position. Mayor Miyagishima has served with integrity and courage, fought to improve the lives of Las Crucens, and elevated our city at the national level. On behalf of the great people of New Mexico's 2nd Congressional District, I thank Mayor Ken Miyagishima for his life of service to Las Cruces and to Doña Ana County. His work has made our community and New Mexico a stronger and more equitable place to live. We wish you well in your next chapter, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, since stepping inside the Oval Office, President Biden has waged war against American energy. This costly campaign against American energy producers, workers, and consumers has caused prices to skyrocket for almost everything. Now, signaling his dedication and unwavering support to Green New Deal activists instead of everyday hardworking Americans, President Biden has paused all pending approvals of liquefied natural gas, or LNG, terminals. His reason for doing so, he claims, is the so-called climate crisis, which he goes on to say is the existential threat of our time. Well, Madam Speaker, to the hardworking folks of Tennessee, the existential crisis of our time is putting food on the table and keeping the lights on, which have become far more difficult under President Biden and his administration's anti-energy policies. Thankfully, House Republicans have taken action. Last year, we passed the Lower Energy Cost Act, H.R. 1, which would unleash America's energy dominance and bring back our energy independence by reforming the permitting process and cutting bureaucratic red tape to help drive costs down for all Americans. Instead of joining Republicans in this common sense approach to increasing energy production and lowering costs for all Americans, President Biden has instead chosen to raid the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and beg foreign dictators to increase their energy production when we have what we need right here at home under our feet. The United States of America shouldn't have to rely on foreign dictators for our energy needs, and that's exactly what banning LNG exports will lead to. That's just one of the many reasons why we are continuing our efforts to fight back against President Biden's war on American energy, this time by passing the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, which was introduced by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger. This bill is simple. It reverses President Biden's latest attack on the American energy industry by reversing his decision to ban American LNG exports. American LNG helps to strengthen our economy, reduces worldwide emissions, and provides security to our nation and our allies. According to the American Petroleum Institute, increasing LNG exports could add as much as $73 billion to the U.S. economy and upwards of 453,000 high-paying American jobs by 2040. Additionally, more than 87% of LNG exports in December 2023 went to the European Union, the United Kingdom, and our allies in Asian markets. Without a doubt, American LNG helped to reduce natural gas prices in Europe by over 83% from the 2022 levels following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in voting yes on H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, to ensure that American energy leadership and security remain. This bill is a common sense approach to increasing our energy production and lowering costs for all Americans. I am proud to support its passage and will always fight against President Biden's war on American energy and American energy independence and the energy needs of the American people. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Valentine's Day is a time for us to cherish the loved ones in our lives. I rise to celebrate love in all its forms and to stand in solidarity with the LGBTQI+ communities in California and across the nation. While we've made progress to protect the rights and safety of queer Americans, there is still more to be done. Last year, a record number of bills restricting LGBTQI+ rights were introduced in legislatures across the country. An extremist Supreme Court effectively legalized discrimination against the queer community, and House Republicans targeted LGBTQI+ Americans in dozens of hearings. These attacks are unacceptable. As a member of the Congressional Equality Caucus, I will always seek to champion and protect LGBTQI+ Californians. May this week serve as a reminder to my colleagues that we must relentlessly celebrate and defend love. I rise today to commend Orange County's United to End Homelessness initiative for reaching a remarkable milestone. Its Welcome Home OC program has housed more than 1,000 people experiencing homelessness, including 103 former foster youth and 242 veterans. This nationally recognized program pairs property owners with those given a voucher to reduce their housing costs. This public-private partnership helps people avoid homelessness and housing insecurity. Its focus on veterans and former foster youth who may lack adequate support systems helps the most vulnerable in our community. But let's be clear, this program is a patch on a massive problem. California's housing crisis is the result of decades of inaction in Washington. I've pushed for expanding the Housing Choice Voucher program. The federal government must step up to help local and state governments in preventing homelessness. I'm proud to recognize the United to End Homelessness initiative and look forward to its continued success. I rise today to congratulate the Orange County Heritage Council on a wonderfully successful Black History Parade and Unity Festival. 44 years ago, the late Helen Shipp, founder of the Orange County Heritage Council, envisioned an event that would bring the community together in celebration of Black excellence. Now run by Helen's son, Dwayne, the Orange County Black History Parade and Unity Festival continues to thrive, just as Helen imagined. The event features interactive Black history lessons, college and scholarship information, health screenings, and business connection opportunities. I applaud how the Unity Festival promotes inclusivity, understanding, and equality. It honors the diverse and resilient history of Black Americans and their historic and ongoing contributions to California. Congratulations to the Orange County Heritage Council on your successful event. I rise today to commend Cal Optima Health on their new street medicine program, which offers critical mobile health services to unhoused individuals in Orange County. Logistical barriers make it difficult for people experiencing homelessness to receive the health care that they desperately need. Cal Optima, which provides health services to low-income Californians, is reducing these barriers by bringing health care directly to homeless people, meeting them where they are. The mobile health program includes a fully equipped medical van and an experienced team to administer health care and connect individuals to services, including housing assistance. Cal Optima's street medicine program is just one example of how Californians step up to help our neighbors in crisis. Expanding this program would reduce emergency room visits and first responder interventions and keep our communities healthier. I'll continue fighting in Washington to lower housing costs, which is the only way to permanently end homelessness. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Pastor Zach Terry, First Baptist Church, Fernandina Beach, Florida.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we gather in this chamber, recognizing you as the only sovereign over these United States, we acknowledge our dependency upon you alone. May your Holy Spirit awaken within our representatives those timeless truths of Scripture, whispered from the lips of their ancestors and thundered from the sacred desk. Those principles of liberty and justice that transcend both time and culture and serve as a beacon amid the stormy seas of governance. May this Congress embody the most sacred ideals of their constituents and honor the legacy of their honorable predecessors. The good citizens of this nation have elected them, but you, O Lord, have appointed them for such a time as this. May the decisions that they make this day honor the prayer of our Lord. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. I ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor First Baptist Church of Fernandina Beach, Florida, and our bold spiritual leader, Pastor Zach Terry. My wife and I have discovered that First Baptist is a place to find strength and hope in times of adversity and to feel God's love. It's an incredibly welcoming place, and I challenge anybody to make it from the parking lot into the sanctuary without getting welcomed at least twice. First Baptist is a cornerstone of our community, having reached and transformed countless lives, both in Northeast Florida and really all over the world. Through its outreach programs and compassionate ministries, the church has been a steadfast advocate for the greater community, serving neighbors and sharing God's grace. October 7th, Hamas has its attack in Israel. 54 members of the First Baptist Church of Fernandina Beach found themselves stuck in Israel. Airports closed, roads shut down, limited travel. It was indeed a scary time of how to get these pilgrims out of that country safely. Every day, we would text or communicate with the group, including Pastor Terry, about options, how we do it, what we could do, and there was a lot of hunkering down. After a very, very long bus trip to Jordan, over a week later, the team made it out. During that time of chaos, Pastor Zach himself, who made several videos saying, "We're calm, we're good," but gave reminders, being a spiritual, dedicated shepherd, he reminded everyone what Mark 11:22 says, "Have faith in God. By faith and hope in a God who never fails, our congregation did make it safely back home." I'm proud to welcome Pastor Zach Terry, his wife Julie, as Pastor Zach is guest chaplain, his wife Julie, their children Cole, Caitlin, and Carly, and Pastor Zach's mom, Terry, Miss Terry, Teresa Terry. And I'm happy also there are dozens of members of the congregation here in our nation's capital. It's a big day for everybody from the small town of Fernandina Beach. Thank you very much for the hospitality, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now entertain up to 15 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, with the bipartisan support of the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike Rogers, and ranking member Greg Meeks, the House passed the Assad Regime Anti-Normalization Act. This legislation holds the regime of dictator Bashar al-Assad accountable for the murder of 1 million Syrians, with half of the population, 10 million people, losing their homes and businesses. Assad is an ally of war criminal Putin. The bill passed the House floor 389 to 32. This legislation improves and strengthens the bipartisan commitment to punish offenders while providing additional protection for humanitarian organizations serving the Syrian people. The bill now awaits a vote in the Senate for final passage. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war of terrorism as it moves from the safe haven of Afghanistan to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate an artist, an advocate, and a creator of community pride, Jesse Rodriguez, better known as Magnolia Grown. Last month, Jesse achieved something special for our community. His sculpture, Dale Shine, which you see behind me, was chosen to go to the Cheech, the finest private collection of Chicano art in the world, to become a part of their permanent collection. This is a first for Houston. It's a first for Texas. Jesse's work draws from deep cultural roots established while growing up in my district in Magnolia Park. His art is the art of our community, of growing up poor while living in full color, or of a shared history, de nuestra gente, of the people. Jesse has become a community advocate in the East End portion of our district. He founded Magnolia Park Arts and Community to inspire the next generation to use art for action and to never forget where they came from. He puts people over politics. He puts arts over darkness. We are so proud of you and everything that you've done, Jesse. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of H.R. 7616, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act. The bill is simple. It would repeal President Biden's ban on liquefied natural gas, or LNG, exports. By passing H.R. 7616, we would strengthen our struggling economy, further U.S. leadership in reducing emissions, and increase the energy security of the United States and our allies. Green New Deal activists shouldn't be driving America's energy policy, especially at the White House. Restricting LNG exports will mean higher prices at home for Americans as it reduces the amount of worldwide output, putting upward pressure on prices for energy and all related goods. It also decreases investment in infrastructure and good-paying American jobs. Mr. Speaker, we must reverse course on this disastrous decision. Americans are already paying too much at the pump, at the grocery store, and everywhere else, and we must restore America's energy independence from foreign energy producers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my constituent, Matthew Jefferson, in honor of his 100th birthday. Matt Jefferson and his late wife, Lily, worked to eliminate racial, educational, and economic barriers in Newton. As black residents in an overwhelmingly white city, they devoted themselves to their religious community, the Myrtle Baptist Church, their neighborhood, the Village in West Newton, built around Myrtle, and the civil rights of people of color. Matt and Lily helped found the Newton Interracial Fellowship to bring racial equity to Newton and helped form Newton's Fair Housing Committee, established to eliminate racial bias in housing. In 1968, Matt was appointed to the Board of Aldermen, becoming Newton's first black city alderman. The board instituted the fair housing requirement that at least 10% of any large housing development filing for a special permit be affordable. Furthermore, he served on many boards and committees, including the Newton Wellesley Hospital, Andover Newton Theological School, Middlesex Community College, Newton Housing Authority, and as president of the South Middlesex branch of the NAACP. Above all else, Matt is known for his kindness and generosity. He is a mentor, leader, family man, and a fierce advocate for social justice. I am proud to recognize Mr. Jefferson's accomplishments this Black History Month. Happy 100th birthday. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Klamath River Hydroelectric Project in the Northern California and Southern Oregon area, including my district, had produced annually enough reliable, cheap electricity, renewable, CO2-free electricity for 70,000 households. They provided good-paying jobs. We're the largest single private taxpayer in Siskiyou County, California, by having these dams. Now, the Klamath Removal Project is an assault on the people and the livelihoods of the people in the Klamath Basin. It's an attack on American agriculture, a misguided attempt to help a fish population that this Klamath Dam removal will likely end up destroying, as evidenced by the dirty plume of water you see entering into the stream there. Unbelievable. People are now finding their wells are going dry because they're not being supported by having the lakes anymore there. They're finding that the wells they do have are starting to feel the effects of this toxic plume hitting them. And the water supply that the fish, wildlife, and livestock would normally get out of the river is tainted. You're seeing massive fish kills and wildlife kill. One lady sent an example to my office of the water that came out. She was to bathe her child in. It was the same color as this stuff right here. I wouldn't wash my snow tires in that, I don't think, let alone my child.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor a resident of my community, Clifford D. Baptiste, who will be celebrating his 100th birthday this May. Clifford has served our community for over 70 years, first in the Army, where he reached the rank of Sergeant Major, and then as a business and civic leader in our community. After serving in uniform, Clifford moved to Westchester with his wife Inez and his daughters Lillian, Inez, and Celeste, where he attended our Westchester University and the first degree-granting HBCU, our Lincoln University. He and Inez opened several funeral homes, becoming active members of the local business community. During this time, he also served 13 terms as the chairman of the Pennsylvania State Board of Funeral Directors. In 1994, he made history as the very first black mayor of our Westchester. His work revitalized Westchester's downtown and led to the incredible growth for local businesses, with the number of restaurants in the borough rising from 15 to 57 during his term. Since his retirement, he has remained very active in our local community, and we are so grateful for his contributions and for those of his daughter Lillian, who followed in his footsteps and is now the current mayor of Westchester. Happy early birthday, Clifford. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Chattanooga native and our nation's most recent Medal of Honor recipient, Captain Larry Taylor. Captain Taylor passed away earlier this year on January 28th. I've had many honors and privileges as representative for Tennessee's 3rd Congressional District. One of the highest honors of my career was getting to know Captain Taylor and his family while working with them and East Tennessee's steadfast and determined veterans to have the Medal of Honor awarded to Larry Taylor for his heroic, valiant, and selfless service during the Vietnam War. Captain Taylor's heroic actions on June 18, 1968, near the village of Ap Go Kong, not only saved the lives of his fellow brothers in arms, but also revolutionized the way our military evacuates troops under fire. Larry Taylor truly embodied the Tennessee volunteer spirit and the best. We thank God for Captain Larry Taylor's life and service to America and the cause of freedom. Our nation honors and remembers this great man, Tennessean, and patriot. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to mourn with the city of Wrangell, Alaska. At 9 p.m. on November 20th, 2023, 37 acres of land descended on 3 houses at mile 11 of the Zimovia Highway in Wrangell. The landslide scattered everything, cutting off 55 homes and 71 people from their community. Navigating wind, rain, and snapping trees, first responders went straight into the debris to find their neighbors. With no cell service, firefighters went door to door. Local fishing boats transported survivors back to the city. In the days following, the Coast Guard, state geologists, state troopers, and other public servants joined the search and rescue teams. Like Alaskans always do, the Wrangell community pulled together in the face of adversity. Christina Florschutz was rescued from the debris, and for that, Alaskans are grateful. But tragically, her husband Otto and the neighboring Heller family with 3 children, aged 16, 12, and 11, did not survive. Their loss will forever change this small community, and it should remind us of our duty. From better monitoring systems to faster FEMA responses, Americans expect the federal government to be ready when disaster strikes. I hope that my colleagues will join me in making that a reality and remembering the story of Wrangell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize 3rd District banker, community servant, and World War II veteran Jim Black. As the oldest World War II veteran living at the Norfolk, Nebraska Veterans Home, Jim turned 100 years of age in January and has lived a life full of service to his community and his country. A native of Fullerton, Nebraska, Jim's undeterrable desire to serve led him to enlist in the Navy after he was initially denied enlistment by the Army and the Army Air Corps for supposed medical issues. During the war, though, he served on 3 different submarines, including the USS Silversides, which is credited with the sinking of 23 enemy submarines. After the war, Jim returned to Nebraska to work at Fullerton's First National Bank and Cone State Bank in Pierce. His remarkable dedication to bettering the world around him was honored. He was honored with the title of 2008 Citizen of the Year for his championing of the Discovery Bridge project linking Cedar County, Nebraska and Yankton, South Dakota. Jim exemplifies Nebraska values of determination, patriotism, and civic engagement. Today, he lives in Norfolk, Nebraska, and is a model for giving back to the community. His enduring willingness to serve and can-do attitude represents the best of 3rd District Nebraskans. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and provide this in my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate and acknowledge Career and Technical Education Month. Throughout February, we take the opportunity to recognize the pivotal role that career and technical education plays in shaping our nation's workforce and helping great American companies prosper. Career and technical education empowers students to explore various career options, discover their passions, and develop real-world skills that are in high demand. Collaboration between educators and industry professionals ensures that our students graduate not only with academic knowledge, but also with the practical expertise needed to excel in their chosen fields. As we celebrate Career and Technical Education Month, let us commit to supporting programs that provide students with the opportunities to build a strong foundation for their future careers. Together, we can create a workforce that is not only highly skilled, but also adaptable to the ever-changing demands of our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the breakthroughs of the shale revolution, the United States has become a growing producer of natural gas and a significant exporter of liquefied natural gas. This past year, the LNG exports hit record highs, and we became the world's leading exporter. These exports are critical for our European allies who are still dealing with the fallout of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This is why Biden's decision to stop issuing new LNG permits is deeply concerning. Sadly, this is just the latest attack on domestic energy production. The president's decision will create tremendous regulatory uncertainty and eliminate American jobs. He has weaponized the permitting process and caved to environmental groups that seek to end fossil fuels. We've seen what can happen when there is an insufficient supply of LNG globally. Energy prices rise, and the coal-fired power plants turn back on. I urge the president to reverse this reckless decision, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Wage and Hour Division Administrator Jessica Luman testified before the House Subcommittee on Workforce Protections and could not answer the most basic questions about how the administration's new independent contractor rule will apply to millions of Americans. Will realtors be considered employees or independent contractors? She couldn't say. Will truckers be considered employees or independent contractors? She couldn't say. Will writers be considered independent contractors or employees? She could not say. She could not say who will be allowed to work and who will have their careers taken away from them. And the reason for her evasiveness is that we already know the answer. We have seen the devastating consequences of the law in California, AB 5, that was the model for the Biden administration's rule. Take the story of Barbara. Barbara says, I'm a proofreader. Nearly all proofreading is done online on a freelance basis. Competition is fierce and it's hard to get clients, but I did it. I was thrilled being able to choose what editing job I was best suited for and to work as much or as little as I wanted. Californians need not apply for any of these jobs thanks to AB 5. Not only can I not work in my chosen career, but all the time and money I spent is wasted. In order to prevent millions of Americans from suffering Barbara's fate, I'm encouraging this House to pass my resolution under the Congressional Review Act to reverse the Biden administration's new rule. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1009, I call up the bill H.R. 7176 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7176, a bill to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1009, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous materials on H.R. 7176.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act of 2024. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this legislation, which my friend and colleague, Representative August Pfluger from Texas, has introduced. Since day one, President Biden has issued executive orders and given direction to the federal agencies across the government to shut down American energy production, even at the expense of jobs, economic development, national security, and the climate. President Biden's decision to ban LNG exports in an election year is putting politics over people. Let's be clear. The Biden administration does not appear to be against all oil and gas production, just American energy. They begged OPEC to increase production, and they're turning a blind eye to Russia. Russia is exporting 40% more LNG to Europe today than it was before the invasion of Ukraine. Russia's energy exports are funding its war against Ukraine, padding the pockets of Vladimir Putin. The reality is that Global demand for natural gas is expected to increase 46% by 2050, and our European and Asian allies who want to do business with the United States of America now have to look to Qatar, to Russia, or to Iran even to meet their growing energy needs. LNG exports strengthen Americans' energy security, create jobs here at home, and decrease energy prices here at home through American production. U.S. LNG exports could support up to 452,000 additional American jobs and add up to $73 billion to the U.S. economy by 2040. This bill will help deliver affordable, reliable, and cleaner burning American energy to Americans, create jobs, and strengthen our global leadership. Let's vote to unlock our domestic LNG potential. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 7176. This bill is nothing more than a handout to big oil and gas that will enrich our adversaries, including China, and force American families to pay the price with higher energy bills. It removes a requirement that the Department of Energy first determine liquefied natural gas exports to be in the public interest before approving export applications. And this defies logic. The Republican bill assumes that all LNG exports are automatically in the public interest. And this is utterly absurd, considering there's widespread consensus among researchers and economists that increasing LNG exports directly leads to higher natural gas prices here at home. Americans know this reality all too well because they have felt it firsthand. Our LNG exports quadrupled over the last 5 years, and during that same time, in 2022, natural gas prices more than tripled. Make no mistake, if this bill ever becomes law, Americans would pay more for the gas that heats their homes and keeps their lights on. It's an affront to middle-class families who can't afford to deal with more fossil fuel price volatility. And they're tired of our energy prices being manipulated by our adversaries simply because Republicans are in a mad rush to send it all abroad. Now, Republicans also claim to be tough on China. I hear this every day in the Energy and Commerce Committee. We have to be tough on China. But this bill is a gift to China. In 2021, China was the second largest recipient of American LNG, and Chinese LNG purchasers have continued to snap up any long-term deal they can from American exporters. By removing the requirement that our exports be in America's best interest, this bill would allow China and other adversaries to purchase even more of our energy to use against us. And thankfully, the Biden administration is taking a different approach, one that prioritizes the needs of the American people rather than big oil and gas. Last month, the administration announced a temporary pause on new LNG export authorizations while the Department of Energy confirms that they are in Americans' interest. This is just common sense. Before we send our energy resources abroad, it's only right that we first confirm that doing so will benefit Americans. Anyone who says this pause is a ban on LNG exports is also peddling in blatant disinformation. The temporary pause does not affect current exports and does not affect exports from facilities that are under construction. It doesn't even affect exports from facilities that haven't begun construction but are fully permitted. If the Department of Energy never approved another permit, our LNG exports are still on track to triple from now until the end of the decade, more than enough to ensure Europe gets all the gas that it needs. And I want to note how ridiculous it is to have the same Republicans who refuse to support aid for Ukraine lecture us on being good allies. House Democrats are demanding that the House vote on legislation that has now passed the Senate that would provide funding to ensure Ukraine can continue to protect its democracy from Russia's unprovoked war of aggression. In stark contrast, House Speaker Johnson is shamefully blocking this urgent national security funding, siding with pro-Putin extreme Republicans. If House Republicans want to be good allies, they should join us in demanding a vote on that critical national security funding. Now, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that LNG exports are in America's best interest is something we should all want. Instead, we're here considering a bill that does the opposite for a third time because Republicans are fresh out of ideas and resorting to bringing up old, tired bills that stand no chance of ever becoming law. Time and again, they've proven completely dysfunctional and incapable of governing. And in fact, they're making us vote on this same bill for a third time. And certainly that's testament to their inability to get things done. With nothing else to bring to the floor, they want to distract from reality that they've achieved nothing to improve the lives of the American people. This is just another Republican bill that puts polluters over people, and I therefore urge my colleagues to oppose it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Third time's a charm. Let's get her done. House Republicans on energy and commerce have focused on four main components: produce, deliver, utilize, and export. Produce the abundant resources we have in this country. Deliver those resources through pipelines and the need for pipeline permitting reform and build out infrastructure. Utilize those resources to provide reliable, affordable, and clean energy for Americans. And then export to help our friends and allies around the globe lower their carbon emissions and meet their energy needs, especially in Europe, where they faced the invasion from Vladimir Putin into Ukraine, and they had a reality check on energy. They looked west to the United States to export more. We can do it, and we need to do it through LNG exports. I'd love to yield to the chairwoman of the full Committee of Energy and Commerce, Ms. McMorris-Rodgers, 2.5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support today of H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Domestic LNG Potential Act of 2024, and it's introduced by my friend, Representative August Pfluger. President Biden's decision to impose a ban on issuing permits to export natural gas is just the latest example of his administration caving to environmental activists and putting politics over the American people. This ban will harm the American economy, jeopardize good-paying jobs, weaken our energy security, and it threatens the security of our friends and allies. America has become the #1 producer and export of liquefied natural gas in the world. It has strengthened our economy, reduced costs for the American people, and enabled the United States to lead in reducing emissions more than any other nation, both here at home and abroad. LNG has been the lifeline, especially American LNG has been a lifeline, especially to our friends and allies, our European allies, since Russia invaded Ukraine. Since the invasion, American LNG has helped them reduce their natural gas prices by over 83% and reduce their dependence on Russia. President Biden's ban sends a signal to our allies that we're no longer a dependable energy partner. This is unacceptable. H.R. 7176 will immediately reverse the president's decision, allowing the U.S. to export more and encouraging domestic production here at home, which will then reduce American energy supply vulnerabilities. This will reduce American energy supply vulnerabilities, encourage investments in other industries like manufacturing. Some estimate that LNG exports could add as much as $73 billion to our economy and more than 450,000 American jobs by 2040. LNG is vital to America's energy leadership, our security, and our future. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman. You know, if we had truth in labeling, this bill would be called the Methane Pollution and Higher Energy Prices Act. I am simply amazed that this MAGA Republican majority in this Congress, which really makes the 1948 Do-Nothing Congress look like a paragon of productivity, a Congress today that can't find time to bring critical national security funding bills to the floor for a vote, that won't even bring a bipartisan border solution bill to the floor for a vote, but there's always time for another sop to the fossil fuel industry. And so here we are with a bill that is transparently dishonest. It is an effort to fast-track dirty energy projects, throw environmental justice communities under the bus, completely ignore the climate crisis, and expedite permitting for LNG facilities so that big oil can ramp up unnecessary exports of this harmful fossil gas. Let's do some fact-checking. The United States is already the world's largest LNG exporter. We are on track to double that with existing projects that have already been permitted. So we do not need more of these methane bombs. Second, experts have crunched the numbers, and new LNG facilities, export facilities, are going to increase the cost of energy prices here at home. That's a fact. Third, our allies are not asking for this. They are on record asking for clean energy, not more LNG. So let's stop putting words in their mouth. They don't want to go from being dependent on Vladimir Putin to being dependent on the United States fossil fuel industry. They want clean energy. Now look, LNG is a climate bomb. This is well documented. I sent a letter several weeks ago to the Biden administration asking them to develop meaningful tests to ensure that they are truly protecting the public interest here, not the interest of greedy corporations when they improve these projects. And I'm thankful that they've just announced that they will do exactly that with new LNG permitting decisions. This pause is the first step in overhauling how we permit these projects, but it's an important one, and we shouldn't be wasting time sacrificing communities at the altar of big oil in this attempt by Republicans to reverse a sensible, smart decision that puts people over politics. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the author of the bill, Mr. Pfluger from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 26, President Biden imposed an immediate and indefinite ban on the issuance of LNG export permits to non-FTA countries while DOE conducts a review to consider the climate impacts of natural gas. Well, the DOE has already commissioned 5 studies to examine the effects of U.S. LNG exports, and the results unanimously demonstrate the benefits to the U.S. economy and to domestic prices. In fact, the 2 prior presidential administrations conducted these studies without blocking export permits. President Biden's ban on LNG is radically short-sighted when it comes to the environmental risk. Clean natural gas is a major reason why the U.S. has reduced emissions more than any other nation. According to DOE, U.S. LNG exports are also 41% cleaner than Russian natural gas delivered to Europe. Current law requires that natural gas exports to countries with non-FTA countries are deemed in the public interest unless DOE finds exports will not be consistent with public interest. There is a very clear statutory presumption already that exports are in the public interest, and each administration has held opposition to a very high bar. I think what the administration is saying right now is the political interest. That is, and that statutory presumption has been held to a very high bar up until now. This is the same president who promised Europe that we would meet their needs in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Who stepped up to the plate? It was American energy producers who sent more than 87% of LNG exports to the EU, UK, and Asia in December, all markets which will now be forced to turn to nefarious actors for their needs. I'm proud of this bipartisan bill, and one of the reasons is because of the steps that the industry has taken to help the climate, to help emissions, to reduce emissions. Let's consider that 2/3 of the world's recoverable natural gas is in 4 countries: Iran, Qatar, Russia, and the United States. I asked my colleagues, who do you recommend that they turn to? If not the U.S., then who? Not only is President Biden cutting off our allies at the knees, but this move will also raise global and domestic prices. Domestic natural gas prices are lower and more stable with free, fair, and open markets, and U.S. LNG is the price ballast in a global market. The decision to ban exports creates uncertainty and discourages investments that would otherwise create jobs and expand the supply of natural gas. Out of all of President Biden's poor energy policies, the ban on LNG exports is the most egregious, short-sighted, and impactful on the credit of U.S. commitments around the world. I'm proud to lead H.R. 7176 to immediately reverse the ban and to take politics out of LNG exports by giving FERC sole authority for LNG exports and repealing all restrictions. Mr. President, the world needs U.S. LNG. This catastrophic, politically based, and legally dubious ban must be reversed immediately. I urge all of my colleagues, and I appreciate the bipartisan support that we are already receiving, but I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 7176, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my wonderful colleague from the state of New Jersey, Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much to my colleague and to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this handout for big oil and gas producers. This bill removes a requirement that DOE first determine LNG exports are to be in the public interest before approving export applications to non-free trade agreement countries. It is basically saying all LNG exports are in the public interest. This is simply not true. Study after study has found that increased LNG exports directly lead to higher natural gas prices here at home. According to the Institute for Energy, Economics, and Financial Analysis, LNG exports cost American consumers more than $100 billion over a 6-month period. After doubling our LNG exports in the last 5 years, natural gas prices in 2022 more than tripled. If enacted, this bill will only compound those burdens on middle-class families trying to make ends meet while enriching big corporations. This doesn't sound like legislating in the public interest. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would prevent the bill from taking effect until the Secretary of Energy can certify that the bill will not increase domestic natural gas prices. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky who chairs the Health Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce, Mr. Guthrie.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my friend from South Carolina yielding this time, and I rise in support of the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act. Last month, the Biden administration doubled down on its war against American energy production by effectively banning American LNG exports. This decision disincentivizes American LNG production, eliminates American jobs, and undermines our national security. 2 years ago, in the aftermath of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, we instituted an embargo on Russian oil and gas, defunding Russia's war machine. Our European allies joined us in this effort. However, with few domestic alternatives, they rely on LNG exports. In fact, 87% of LNG exports went to the European Union, the United Kingdom, or Asian markets. Often hear from our NATO allies about the importance of American energy production to global security. Without American energy independence, we and our allies become reliant on our adversaries for energy needs and economic security. It is paramount to our national security at home and around the world that we continue to make energy in America. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I will yield back to my friend from South Carolina.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 3 minutes to the ranking member of our O&I Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Well, I thank Mr. Pallone for yielding time, and I rise today to oppose the GOP's latest love letter to big oil and gas here the day after Valentine's Day. This Republican bill is a giant handout to big oil and gas that will enrich our adversaries, including the Chinese Communist Party, and force middle-class families to pay more on their home electric bills. Gas companies and CEOs want the unfettered ability to send American gas to China and other countries. So I want to thank the Biden administration for stepping in to analyze the cost to American consumers of doing so. Folks back home in Florida are paying exorbitant electric bills because we're tied to gas. The Biden administration is right to study how unfettered gas and methane pollution cost my neighbors more. They're right to understand how that threatens our way of life as the atmosphere is overheating and it's causing extreme heat waves, droughts, drying up our lakes and rivers and water supply, wildfires, deadly hurricanes that are so costly. They're right to consider the national security concerns as well. And while we're talking about national security, there's a larger context that brought me to the floor today, and that is the complete failure of Republicans to govern and accomplish anything for the American people. They announced last night, we're leaving early for the rest of the month. Are we going to do a tough bipartisan border security bill? No. Are we going to do anything to address mass shootings? No. They just ignore the fact that the leading cause of death among American children and teens is death by gun. I'm angry, like the Kansas City police chief said. She's angry. How about working on national security? No, the GOP is checked out. They can't govern. It's outrageous that extreme MAGA Republicans are siding with Putin and blocking a national security bill. How about the basic responsibility of passing appropriations bills? The fiscal year started on October 1. But Republicans have kowtowed to the MAGA extremists in their party who thought a costly shutdown was the way to go. This is the least productive Congress in modern times, and it shows. If the GOP cannot govern and they want to leave, I have an idea. Let Democrats tackle these problems. We are good at finding solutions. We are good at lowering costs for American families. We put people over politics, while the GOP puts politics over the people. They put Putin over the people. They side with polluters every day that we're here. Vote no on this bill and tell the folks here in Washington, especially the GOP, to get to work. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Bucshon.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind my colleagues the Democrats control the White House and the Senate. I rise today to discuss the Biden administration's once again foolish rush to green agenda over the U.S. energy dominance. I support an all-the-above energy strategy. And actually, our allies are requesting U.S. LNG. I was just in Japan and Europe. So my colleague's statement previously otherwise is false. The decision to freeze the approval process for new plants to export liquefied natural gas will stifle the U.S. economy, signal weakness to our key allies, and embolden our adversaries, and likely increase worldwide CO2 emissions. This ban sends a clear message that the Biden administration would rather appease radical environmental groups and unleash American energy. This is about election year politics, not pragmatism. I join my colleagues today in calling for the House to pass H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act of 2024, reversing the Biden administration's de facto ban. The bill is also paramount to global energy security, including, as I previously mentioned, the Asia-Pacific and European areas of the world. Studies show also that LNG exports could add upwards of $73 billion to the U.S. economy. To ensure American energy leadership and security, Congress must pass 7176. Thank you. I yield.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there is a really simple question that's before us today. Is it in the U.S. national interest to look out for U.S. energy consumers or for U.S. energy producers? Let's look at the facts. According to most recent DOE data over the last decade, U.S. gas consumption is up by about 26%, U.S. gas production is up about 50%, and U.S. gas exports are up 326%. 10 years ago, just 6% of all gas produced in the U.S. was for export. Today, more than 20% is for export. That's not because the industry is succeeding. They can't compete against cheaper renewable energy, and so they're trying to export overseas, and y'all are helping them out. Those export volumes are going to triple again just based on the stuff that's already permitted in the pipeline. Nothing to do with what's going on today. Now, I'd like to remind my Republican colleagues, because sometimes we need to remind on this, that even in this body where we write the laws, you cannot change the laws of supply and demand. When U.S. natural gas is exported overseas, it reduces domestic supply and increases the price. And we know this from recent experience because when the Freeport LNG terminal had that explosion, according to the Department of Energy, domestic prices for natural gas fell by nearly a third. Now, exporters, very sad, they lost money. You know who had more money in their pocket? American consumers. Gas was cheaper. You all hate inflation, right? That was wonderful. Thank you for doing that. Who are you rooting for, though? Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why the Natural Gas Act does not require us to determine whether domestic production of energy for domestic use is in the national interest, because we rightly assume that domestic energy security is in our national interest. But that's not the question posed by this bill. This bill would insist that exports are always in the national interest, and that is a technical term, total poppycock. Should we drill on public lands? Should we use eminent domain to seize private property? Should we increase the price of energy in the United States? Should we increase global warming?
The gentleman's time is expired.
Yield the gentleman another minute.
The gentleman's recognized.
Should we increase global warming? Should we do all of that just so that the natural gas industry can make more money selling U.S. resources to Asia, not to Europe, because that's where the margin is going? Or should we maintain the current law that simply asks us to determine whether that is in the public interest before permitting a new facility? Now, to paraphrase a great political scientist by the name of Jeff Foxworthy, if you think that's a hard question, you might be a Republican. But it's not a hard question. This is a bad bill for the climate. It's a bad bill for the economy. It's a bad bill for the U.S. consumer. Vote no. And if you can't, at least be honest about who you're working for. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank goodness for the policies of the last administration. This administration seems to be touting is that increased production came about because of policies of the Trump administration when on day one, the Biden administration shut down oil and gas leases, stopped American energy production, shut down pipeline projects, and thwarted the American energy sector. I want to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walborough.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my subcommittee chairman for his truth talking. I rise today in support of Representative Pfluger's bipartisan H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act. Last month, President Biden announced an indefinite ban on new exports of good, clean American LNG. Our national security and that of our allies demands that the United States continue to export LNG to Europe and other nations that have been dependent on dirty gas from Russia and Iran. Our communities and families along the Gulf that depend on these jobs demand that we continue to export LNG. We've long accepted that President Biden would relinquish our energy leadership in favor of environmental activists and special interests. But today it was reported that one of the plan's main architects, soon-to-be climate envoy, John Podesta, might have other reasons to damper America's LNG future. His brother, a longtime lobbyist for foreign LNG companies, including one founded by Russian energy oligarchs. This important legislation would immediately reverse the president's de facto ban and take the power to approve LNG exports away from the political whims of the White House and the DOE, placing it with bipartisan Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. LNG exports help us reduce global emissions, lower price through more supply, and grow our economy and industrial base. President Biden and his cabal are putting foreign adversaries and clean climate protesters ahead of the American people. That's got to stop. Support this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee, Ms. DeGette from Colorado.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so confused because President Biden took action to ensure that future LNG exports are actually in the interest of Americans. His action had no impact on current production of LNG. Let me say that again. The projects that President Biden's order impacts are future projects. We're going to see if in the future those projects are in America's best interest. But this bill, what this bill does is it not just overturns this pause on future actions, it goes so much further and it says all LNG exports must be in the public interest. And it prohibits the Department of Energy from finding otherwise. So let's say, for example, these increased exports lead to higher rates for taxpayers, for ratepayers, which may happen. The Republican bill says that forget about any kind of public interest review. It must be approved even if ratepayers' rates are higher. So if the increased exports all went to China, well, that would be in the public interest too. If the exports lead to an exorbitant release of pollution, well, that would be in the public interest too. That simply defies logic and sense. It's a fundamentally unserious policy proposal. In fact, I would call it not really a policy proposal at all, but a campaign year idea to try to somehow make people think we're trying to stop LNG exports. Nothing could be further from the truth. We've already permitted enough LNG exports to triple our export capacity by the 2030s. That's under current law. That's not something that President Biden's order is going to impact. That's more than enough LNG to assist our European and Asian allies. The U.S. is already the world's top LNG exporter and will be for years to come. Not to mention that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know the Senate's never even going to take this bill up. Even if the Senate didn't somehow pass it, they know the president would never sign this bill into law. And this bill has already come up on 2 other occasions. Now, so like I said, we need to be clear about why the Republicans are bringing this bill to the floor. They think this will be some good campaign ads or something else. But like so much of what else we've done on the floor, this is not going anywhere. Listen, I came here on behalf of my constituents to legislate. I came here to make the lives of American people better. This bill doesn't do that, and so I urge my colleagues to vote no and yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, fear-mongering for the Democrats is ludicrous. Spot price for natural gas in December of 2023 were only 53 cents higher than they were in 2016. We can export American natural gas, produce more natural gas in this country, help Americans and help our allies and friends around the world with their energy security, with their quality of life, with their standard of living. And Dr. Joyce from Pennsylvania knows it well because he represents the Marcellus Shale. I'd like to yield him a minute and a half.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It is deeply troubling to see the Biden administration put party ahead of country, to put radical views ahead of the common good, to put left-wing fear-mongering ahead of the American people. Sadly, that's exactly what happened when President Biden halted the permitting of additional liquefied natural gas export facility. Let's be clear, this is not a pause. It is the first step of a process to ban outright any future export of LNG. LNG, a form of energy that is under the feet of my constituents. This was a political decision to pander to the far left that will lead to increased energy prices for American households. It will abandon our allies in the time of need. It will harm family-sustaining jobs and relinquish American global energy leadership. It is time to put a stop to the Biden administration's policies that increase prices for the sake of pandering to the president's political base. It is critical that we pass the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act and ensure that liquefied natural gas can continue to support American energy dominance. Why are we turning our back on American energy?
How can we turn away from American family-sustaining jobs? For what reasons are we turning our allies into the hands of Putin? I urge all of my colleagues to join me in passing this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to a member of our committee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Balagon.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. We want to talk about gifts to Putin. Which party is preventing any aid going to Ukraine to fight Putin and Russia? Don't come up here and talk about the hypocrisy of who's giving a gift to Putin, because it is your party, the Republican Party, that is doing that. Today I rise in opposition to H.R. 7176, which would strip away the Department of Energy's ability to examine the full impacts of liquefied natural gas export projects on our climate, consumer energy costs, and communities. LNG exports are an environmental injustice and a climate disaster. They pollute minority and low-income communities along the Gulf Coast. We have heard directly from communities in these regions that they do not want any LNG facilities to be built in their backyards. Roshetta Ozain, a mother of 6 in Sulphur, Louisiana, is surrounded by oil and gas infrastructure, including 3 LNG export facilities. She has said, and I quote, "Our air smells like rotten eggs. There's constant flaring. It sounds like trains are coming back and forth. I have 2 children who suffer with asthma. I have children who suffer with other respiratory and skin conditions. There are several families who are dealing with the same thing," end quote. For far too long, her community's voice has been ignored as these LNG export facilities were built. I commend the Biden administration for taking an important step to pause the consideration of new permits for LNG export terminals. It gives us a chance to make sure that people like Roshetta have a voice. The Republican bill in front of us is an attempt to silence communities overwhelmed by pollution. It forces the federal government to ignore what's in the public interest and instead blindly approve LNG export projects to create profits for the fossil fuel industry. I urge my Democratic colleagues to oppose this bill and stand up for our consumers, our climate, and the health of our communities. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Vladimir Putin is selling 40% more natural gas to Europe now than he did before the Ukraine war. By not selling Europe American LNG, you're putting money in Vladimir Putin's pocket for him to fund the war. The gentleman from Texas knows about energy. Now I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman, Mr. Weber.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for your leadership of this important issue along with Rep. Pfluger's. Listen, this is extremely important in my district in Texas, Gulf Coast. Every time American energy is on the upswing, this administration seems dead set on knocking it down, all in the name of climate change. And now they're banning LNG export permits. In my district, Freeport LNG, the second largest LNG exporter in the United States, we have seen this impact on our community. They've been creating jobs, investing back into the local economy, and improving U.S. foreign trade. This reckless decision by the Biden administration doesn't just impact Freeport LNG, it also directly impacts the 2 other LNG plants in my district, Golden Pass and Port Arthur. They have followed the rigorous and, might I add, burdensome permitting process and are close to turning their lights on and producing and exporting LNG. And now those projects are in limbo, killing thousands of jobs, hurting the local, state, and our nation's economies. The U.S. produces energy cleaner and more reliable than any other nation. And like Ted Cruz said, what the president did is a giant middle finger to the state of Texas. And I would add a giant middle finger to my district, the southeast section of Texas. I look forward to passing the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act to reverse this heinous ban and block this crazy administration from playing politics with our energy security and our district. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my frustration with the Republican obsession with LNG and fossil fuels. I commend the Biden administration on this decisive and very important step to fighting the climate crisis. Republicans have been making the same argument since the 90s, even as the realities of the argument has been changing. Green energy like wind, solar, hydro, they're no longer the future, they're the present. And they're now cost competitive with fossil fuels and continue to even become cheaper. Not to mention that they don't leave a lasting damage and impact to our planet that we will have to clean up later. LNG is dangerous, it's dirty, it leaves lasting environmental and health damage to the communities where it's produced. And I want to be even clearer, according to the Department of Energy, the more LNG that we export, the more expensive prices will be at the pump for gas, and our electricity bills will be even higher. Additionally, LNG, which is 90% methane, heats the atmosphere at 80 times the rate of carbon dioxide. And for my fellow Floridians, who we are having hotter and hotter summers and record heats, this means even hotter summers, even deadlier summers, and faster sea levels rising. LNG is a loser for our pockets, it's a loser for humanity, it's a loser for our communities, and it is killing us. And to hear my colleagues say that, oh, the president's pandering to the climate movement, two things. Number one, I can only hope and pray and fight to make sure that we build off of this victory to get to a clean future, green, clean future. And the climate activists, advocates, and organizers are heroes for fighting to protect all of us, even your constituents. And so, look, Republicans have been fighting on behalf of their friends in big oil for longer than I've been alive. And I'm just asking you, for the sake of humanity, for God's sake, please find better friends. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, the new chair of the Energy and Commerce Environmental Subcommittee, Mr. Carter from Georgia.
Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this bill to unleash American energy. There's little doubt that President Biden's LNG export pause is a blatant political decision to appease his radical base at the expense of American energy security and the security of our allies. What is being called a pause now will last indefinitely, and it is a de facto ban. This will cede our energy independence to countries like Iran and Russia, and also force manufacturing and businesses abroad as well. Sadly, the Biden administration is bowing to its radical Green New Deal factions by imposing a policy that will, in fact, not reduce emissions. If we're concerned about emissions, then the Iranian and Russian gas that will replace us in the market is much dirtier and will lead to more emissions. The world will no longer look to the U.S. as energy leader, which is especially worrisome for our European allies who we promised reliable energy. This decision doesn't take a single step towards competing with our adversaries, reducing emissions, or bringing jobs to America. It just doesn't make sense. That's why I'm very excited to vote in support of the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act. I support this bill. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
From Georgia yields. The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire the amount of time that remains?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 9.5 minutes remaining.
And the Republicans?
The gentleman from South Carolina has 12.5 minutes.
I think I'm going to wait and, have you proceed since you have more time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana who is back Congress, and we're glad he is, the Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my friend from South Carolina for yielding. I know you're not leaving anytime soon, but we have appreciated both our friendship and leadership along the way, and we will miss you when you're gone. But a lot of work left to be done in these next few months. A lot of work left to be done today. If you think about the importance of this bill, It really focuses on the importance of smart energy policy, something that has been lacking, devastatingly lacking in this country for the last 3 years. And it's a costly consequence that American families are paying. Having bad energy policy has resulted in higher energy costs for families, and especially low-income families. They are hit the hardest. When you see gas prices go higher, it hits lower-income families the hardest. When you see the home heating costs because of bad LNG policy, it affects everybody. It affects prices, commodities, things that you buy at the grocery store, because all of that is built in when you have higher energy costs, but it especially affects low-income families when they have to decide, can they even pay their home heating costs in a cold winter? All these decisions are being made because Joe Biden has gone after American energy. Joe Biden is not against all forms of energy, and let's be clear about this. What has this president done in his entire presidency over the last 3 years? Time and time again, Joe Biden goes after American energy. And when he says it's harder to drill for oil in America because he attacks the fossil fuel industry, he doesn't ban all oil. He just makes it harder to get permits in America. So what that does is emboldens countries like Russia, Venezuela, Iran, who are selling their oil on world markets and making billions and billions of dollars doing it. In fact, it helps them fund terrorist activities. When you think of Iran having more power because the president eased sanctions on them, and then the president goes after domestic American oil and gas, he emboldens countries like Iran, which then makes billions of dollars that they use to fund terrorism. There's a direct link. We all know that. And yet here you go with the president once again going after not all forms of energy, not all forms of LNG, just American-made LNG by banning LNG exports in America. So think about this. If you're making a product, you know, and there used to be a day when we would encourage companies to make their products in America. We hear a lot of people giving speeches about buy American, make it in America. But if you say make it in America, but you can make it anywhere in the world, these are global commodities we're talking about, but if you make it in America, we're going to ban you from selling it anywhere in the world. So if you make it somewhere else, if you make it in Iran, you can sell it anywhere on world markets. But if you make it in America, they're going to ban you from selling your product. And so what it does is have a stifling effect on production and exploration of energy in America. Not everywhere in the world, just in America. And what that yields, and for all my friends who love talking about the climate, nobody in the world makes energy cleaner and more efficient than the United States of America. I am sick and tired of these people who wake up every day and love bashing America, bashing American companies, bashing American products or American fossil fuels, as if you get rid of them, they just don't exist. All that happens is if you get rid of American energy, you have to go get it from other countries. You have to bring it here on tankers, which, by the way, have a much higher rate of failure than if you put it in a pipeline, which is much safer, or other means. This is lunacy, the policies that we're seeing out of this administration to go after American energy, and it's costing families who are sick and tired of paying higher energy costs when they know they don't have to. This is not the 1970s anymore, where you had lines at the pump. You could only get gasoline every other day based on your license plate number because we didn't have the technology to know where more energy was in America. Well, we've got all that today. We know what that technology is, and we know what the energy reserves of this country are. We could provide all the energy for our country and all of our allies around the world. And by the way, we lowered emissions when we did that. Interestingly, they don't have any of this apply to countries like China, who are building a coal plant every week with emissions through the roof. We do it cleaner and better than anywhere else in the world, and we should have policies that allow us to do even more production of American energy. That's what this bill does. That's not what the president does. President Biden over and over again has attacked and gone after American energy, and people are sick and tired of it because they know nobody does it better. And they're sick and tired of having to see countries like Russia benefit, Iran's economy benefit, and other countries when it should be our economy that benefits. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this legislation. Let's pass it on. I commend Representative Pfluger for bringing this to the floor, and I hope that we actually get the policy right. This bill helps us do that. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to correct the record, not only about my colleague, Mr. Scalise, who I very much respect, but also some of the other comments that have been made. Reference to the president, to Joe Biden. Bottom line is that President Biden, like myself, believes in an all-of-the-above energy policy. In fact, there's a record production of oil during President Biden's administration. More oil has been produced domestically here in the United States during his administration than any other president that we've had. The point is that we would like to move towards clean energy, and yes, we'd like to have cleaner oil production as well. But it doesn't mean that we're not in favor of more production. In fact, there is more production. Now, many of my Republican colleagues have referred to President Biden's recent action to pause LNG exports as a ban, and that is simply not true. The Natural Gas Act requires the president to determine whether or not new LNG exports are in the public interest. If the president and his administration feel like they do not have sufficient information to make that determination, then it's their responsibility and duty under the law to take time and gather that information. Now, even Politico highlighted the Republican misinformation machine in an article this week, and I quote, they say that other Republicans have settled on a more blunt strategy, falsely portraying the pause on new permits as a ban on exports. Thanks to already issued permits, exports are expected to increase rapidly in the coming years, and that's unquote. So once again, the Republicans, are peddling misinformation to prop up their polluters over people agenda. The Biden administration pause makes sense. It's common sense. The last time the economic impacts of LNG exports were examined was in 2018, when LNG export volumes were 1/4 what they currently are. The last time the greenhouse gas impacts of LNG exports were examined was 2019. And we know so much more now about emissions from gas leakage in the transportation, liquefaction, and regasification process. It would be foolish to review 2024 LNG exports now without looking at 2024 analysis and data, which we do not have. So, frankly, it would have been massively irresponsible for President Biden to approve further exports without re-examining how the Department of Energy was making its determination. And I thank the President for taking the action he did, and I look forward to the results of this review. I want to correct one more thing. You know, many of my colleagues have referred to radical environmentalists. I don't think it's radical to ask what's going on in people's ability to breathe. When the Clean Air Act was passed, it basically was passed because we wanted to make sure that people would be able to breathe clean air. It's not radical for me to try to correct air quality, and if there's pollution out there, to try to correct it so people can breathe. But all the health impacts of not being able to breathe clean air, asthma, the list is so long. So again, all we're asking, and all that this administration has asked, and all the Democrats have asked, is that we continue to clean up our air so we can breathe. That's it. That's all we're asking for here today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I love to hear the Democrats talk about increased production and the levels of production now. These projects don't happen overnight. They started during the Trump administration with the policies. Go back to the Obama administration where oil and gas production increased on state and private land, not federal land, because the Obama administration was against that. Then President Trump opened up more federal land. But on day one, this president, President Biden, signed executive orders to stop oil and gas leasing on federal land. He shut down the Keystone Pipeline. They have thwarted energy projects over and over, and this is another attempt to stop LNG export, and it hurts our friends and allies across the globe. I'd like to yield 1 minute to Mr. Balderson from Ohio.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now more than ever, there is an urgent need for American energy leadership. Yet, with the President's most recent announcement banning new American LNG exports, he will single-handedly undermine our energy sector and endanger our allies overseas. Rather than holding countries like China and Russia accountable, President Biden would rather play politics and appease the radical climate activists. Here are the facts. Increasing LNG exports would add over $70 billion to the U.S. economy and create over 400,000 American jobs by 2040. American LNG is more than 40% cleaner than Russian LNG. And since we've increased our LNG exports, domestic natural gas prices have remained affordable and stable despite record inflation. I'd like to thank August Pfluger for his work here, and I'd also like to thank our former colleague and my good friend Bill Johnson for leading on this legislation and LNG export issues for many years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'm going to reserve because I know you have a lot of speakers.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Kamek.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Representative Duncan. I rise in support of H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act of 2024. This bill is a pivotal piece of legislation that will bolster the United States' energy security, foster economic growth, and promote environmental sustainability. At its core, this bill will streamline the regulatory process for LNG exports and unleash the full potential of America's abundant natural gas resources. This bill reverses the disastrous Biden administration's extreme liquefied gas export permit ban. And I know how much the left loves that word extreme. They are the very definition of it. This bill also presents a strategic opportunity for the United States to fortify its energy independence. By facilitating the exportation of LNG, we reduce our reliance on foreign energy sources, mitigate geopolitical risks, and improve U.S. national security. The bill creates new jobs, stimulates investment in energy infrastructure, and fosters innovation across related industries. Increasing LNG exports will expand markets, bolster domestic production, and increase economic growth. This bill will also provide cleaner, more environmentally friendly energy options for our partners and our allies. And it's important that they know where we stand and that they can depend and trust us during these times. This bill also supports global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while increasing global energy security. My home state of Florida plays a pivotal role in the broader landscape of U.S. LNG exports, with Jacksport serving as a hub for LNG expansion and development. Jacksport is the only port on the East Coast to offer on-dock and near-dock LNG fueling capabilities. I urge all of my colleagues who care about national security to get on board with this bill. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields. The gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, our chairman of this subcommittee from South Carolina. I rise in support of H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act. In fact, it's shocking to me that this bill is even necessary. Everyone in this chamber today knows that U.S. liquefied natural gas, or LNG exports, are more than 40% cleaner than the Russian natural gas delivered to Europe. Everyone in this chamber knows that U.S. natural gas has helped us reduce emissions more than any other nation, both domestically and abroad. And as we've heard, everyone in this chamber also knows that increasing LNG exports could add as much as $73 billion to the U.S. economy and upwards of 453,000 jobs by 2024. Yet President Biden and this administration are seeking to destroy all of this potential by indefinitely banning LNG exports simply to appease radical environmentalists. H.R. 7176 would immediately reverse the President's de facto ban on American LNG exports to restore U.S. leadership in reducing emissions and increase the energy security of our nation and our allies. I strongly urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Talmer.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act. America's domestic energy revolution has not just benefited Americans with affordable and reliable access to energy or with the countless good-paying jobs, it has also benefited our allies around the world. Thanks to exports of American LNG, we're helping our allies in Europe keep the lights on and heat on this winter. Without American LNG, our allies will have to depend on Vladimir Putin and others for their natural gas. Here in the United States, we produce energy, including natural gas with the strictest environmental and labor standards anywhere in the world. In fact, global greenhouse gas emissions have dropped in recent years, not because of government regulations, but because of increased use of ever cleaner natural gas. When we export American LNG, we're exporting the cleanest natural gas found anywhere in the world. We're exporting the incredible environmental progress the United States has made. Rather than supporting Ukraine and other allies, the Biden administration is focused on making campaign promises to their extreme radical left. Cutting off American LNG exports will only threaten our allies' security and line the pockets of Vladimir Putin. I urge my colleague to join me in supporting this legislation. Additionally, I would like to note that I plan to enter into the record.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman 5 more seconds.
Yeah. I would like to note that I plan to enter the record my extended remarks raising additional points that are valuable to this debate, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence.
Thank you, Mr.
Is
Chairman.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Congressman Pfluger for introducing this important legislation that I'm proud to co-sponsor. I rise in support of H.R. 7176 that will streamline LNG export authorizations and put our nation back on track towards energy dominance. This bill will put downward pressure on global natural gas markets and expand economic opportunities across the country. We are blessed with abundant natural resources that create jobs, lower costs for Americans, and advance our national security interests abroad. Unfortunately, since day one, the Biden administration has led our nation into an energy crisis of their own making. President Biden's latest LNG export ban is nothing more than a political stunt to appease far-left activists. Hoosiers watching at home won't be fooled by their false claims of environmental stewardship. American LNG is the cleanest form of natural gas available and has allowed the U.S. to lead the world in emissions reductions. It's way past time this administration paid attention to the experts and not the radical environmentalists. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from South Carolina reserve? The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This debate makes me sad. Energy policy is really important. Energy consumers are really important. The environment is really important. And so much of this debate is completely untethered from truth. There isn't enough time to rebut everything, but I want to clarify 2 points. One is where LNG exports are going right now, and the second is about the environmental impact. It is true today that the majority of U.S. LNG exports, the largest volume, is going to Europe. And it's true that that really did help our European allies wean themselves off Russian gas. Now, that is not because the U.S. gas industry was suddenly imbued with patriotism. It's because they were paying more. Okay, fine. But all of the additional exports we're talking about, they're contracted out right now. They're going to Asia. So this is not a question right now about helping Europe. This is a question about, will they make more money going to Asia? Now, why are they going to go to Asia? Well, that brings to the second point. There's this assertion that LNG is inherently clean because it displaces coal. Well, let's be clear. No one buys natural gas so that it will be more expensive for them to make energy. It will displace coal if it's cheaper than coal. So y'all are to have us believe that we're going to export gas to Asia so that countries like China can have cheaper energy and make their businesses more competitive to be more competitive on the global stage. And you're doing that because you're so committed to environmental protection. Well, look, natural gas is methane for the most part. Methane is 80 times as potent a greenhouse gas as CO2, which means that if you have more than 2% leakage from the wellhead to the burner tip, it is worse than coal. Now, in the United States, That means that the wellheads, the collection facilities, the distribution pipelines, the combustion facilities, which we all in this body regulate, maybe we can get it down below that level, and maybe in the United States it's less. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about exports. What is the leak rate on the ships? What are the leak rates on the regasification facilities overseas? What are the leak rates on the distribution facilities in those countries? And do we trust Chinese economic data so much that if they say, yeah, it's not leaking, we'll say, that's awesome. I'm glad you are so competitive. I'm glad you're out competing U.S. businesses. But 30 seconds?
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Is recognized for 30 more seconds.
I'm glad we made you more competitive. I trust your data, and we're just going to tell folks at home that this because we were so patriotic and environmentally minded. Like I said in my last remarks, this is a really good bill if you want to make money exporting natural gas. It's not a good bill for anybody else. And let's just be honest with the American people about this. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from New Jersey reserve? The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, after we lifted the crude oil export ban, Americans know what they were paying at the pump before the Biden administration. They were paying lower gas prices. They're paying much higher gas prices, commodity prices. Everything has gone up due to the Biden inflation. The gentleman from Arkansas understands natural resources. He chairs the Natural Resources Committee. Mr. Westerman, I'd like to yield him 2.5 minutes.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7176. Of all their incoherent energy policies, the Biden administration's de facto ban on all pending approvals for LNG exports is among the very worst ideas in their ongoing attack on American energy. I challenge anyone in the Biden administration to string together and communicate a cognitive and defensible argument for how the ban benefits the environment, the geopolitical landscape, the U.S. economy, our allies, or our national security. This ban damages all those things while lining the pockets and strengthening Vladimir Putin and OPEC. To paraphrase Billy Madison, at no point has this administration in their rambling, incoherent energy policies been even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone is now dumber for having listened to it. American natural gas is the cleanest, safest, and most ethically sourced on Earth. American energy, and certainly American natural gas, is not our enemy. If the administration would simply read and comprehend our government's own data, they would realize American energy, and especially American natural gas, is the solution, not the problem. We should be producing and exporting more while we develop a sound all-of-the-above energy policy that focuses on reliable, affordable, and clean energy. U.S. government data shows that since 1990, our economy has grown 791%. Our vehicle miles traveled have increased 113%. Our population has grown 47%. Our energy consumption has grown 29%. Mr. Speaker, thanks in large part to American natural gas, during this time of huge growth, our emissions have decreased 60%, and a large part of that's due to our innovations in fracking and producing natural gas. I'm proud to support this legislation to repeal the Biden administration's short-sighted restrictions on the export of U.S. natural gas and further U.S. leadership in emissions reduction, strengthen our economy, and bolster energy security for the U.S. and our allies. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back.
May I inquire as to the time remaining?
From South Carolina has 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes. I have no more speakers.
Jersey
I'm
has
prepared
3
to
minutes
close.
remaining. 3.5.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
All right, thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Again, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is a massive valentine to the Communist Party of China. It would send untold amounts of American LNG to China to help continue to fuel its industrial rise without ever allowing for a review as to whether these exports are actually in the public interest. Now, what's going on here? Why on earth are Republicans eager to sell LNG to China when they know that LNG exports increase domestic natural gas prices for Americans? And I'll tell you why. Because the cost to American families means nothing as long as oil and gas companies profit. Numerous studies show that LNG exports result in increased costs to Americans. If we pass this bill, already volatile natural gas prices will be shaped by forces completely out of our control. It doesn't make any sense to me. Republicans are acting against American interests here, and I just wish my colleagues across the aisle would focus on what's important and not just on stalling tactics that pad the pockets of polluters. Now, Mr. Speaker, Republicans claim that this bill helps our European allies, and what a joke that is. The reality is that they don't care about our European allies who are currently going to the mat for democracy and facing down Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. On Tuesday evening in the Rules Committee, we heard over and over again from our Republican colleagues that LNG is crucial for our allies in Europe. Unfortunately, these same Republicans have made it clear they have no interest in actually providing aid to Ukraine. They use the war in Ukraine to argue for LNG exports and push the arguments of their oil and gas friends, but when it comes down to actually helping allies, they are at best silent and at worst vocally against it. Last year, 21 radical House Republicans signed on to a letter opposing all supplemental funding requests for Ukraine in its struggle against Russian oppression. Weeks later, a majority of House Republicans voted against a bill offering a paltry amount of aid to Ukraine. And now, after the Senate has done its part, they totally refuse to bring a bill to the floor that would easily command a majority in the House. The behavior is unbelievable. I want to be clear. It will lead to the unnecessary deaths of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians. Mr. Speaker, I would simply ask my Republican colleagues, which is it? Do they actually care about assisting Europe? Do they think current LNG volumes in Europe are insufficient? Do they think tripling LNG volumes to Europe without issuing another permit is insufficient? Or do they really just want to protect the ability of big oil and gas to price gouge Americans here at home? If they were serious about supporting our European allies, they'd be supporting a bill on the floor that would spend money to do just that and not wasting time on this bill for the third time this Congress. If Republicans were serious about supporting our European allies, they would push back on Donald Trump's dangerous invitation to Russia to do whatever the hell they want if Europe doesn't spend more on its own defense. If this is what's helping our Democratic allies, if that's what that looks like, that's how to help them, are Republicans unable to see what's wrong here? How their inaction threatens European peace and security and our own national security? House Republicans are unwilling to spend a single dollar to defend democracy in Europe, but they're happy to sit here and argue again and again about a bill that will drive up costs for everyday Americans while lining the pockets of their big oil gas friends. And it's just unbelievable to me, Mr. Speaker, even for Washington. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield myself the remaining time. Mr. Speaker, America, the United States of America, is blessed with abundant natural resources. Unfortunately, we're cursed with liberal politicians who don't want American companies and American investors and entrepreneurs to go after the resources to help Americans. When we had a spike in energy prices during the Biden administration, President Biden didn't fly to Midland, Texas. He didn't fly to North Dakota. He didn't fly to Louisiana and beg those producers to produce more. Where did he fly? He flew to Saudi Arabia to beg the OPEC cartel to produce more so that we could import it. Political stunt there to help lower prices for Americans versus using American resources and American companies and American jobs. This indefinite pause on LNG exports is misguided. But Americans need to know this wasn't an executive order. It had no input from the public. It wasn't a piece of legislation that passed. He did it by a press release, directing an agency to pause LNG exports. You know, talk about Ukraine today. We've heard a lot of that. Vladimir Putin and his energy oligarchs are exporting to Europe 40% more than they did before the war in Ukraine. 40% more. That's more money flowing right into the pocket of Vladimir Putin to fund his war effort in Ukraine. I would rather that money flow into the pockets of American energy producers and tax bases and communities all around this country that produce energy. by exporting more to help our friends and allies. You know, America has never used the spigot of energy exported to influence policy in any country, but Vladimir Putin has turned the spigot on and off, many times influenced policy in Europe. Let's pass this legislation. Let's continue to export cleaner burning, American-produced natural gas, produce more, deliver more, utilize more, and export more to help our friends and allies around the world improve their quality of life, improve their energy security. This is right for America, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman from South Carolina yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1009, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Watson Coleman of New Jersey moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 7176, to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2766. Motion to recommit H.R. 7176. Passage of H.R. 7176 if ordered. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 533 and H.R. 5375. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2766 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2766, a bill to support human rights of Uyghurs and members of other minority groups residing primarily in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and safeguard their distinct identity and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 414, the nays are 6. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7176, offered by the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 7176, offered by Mrs. Watson Coleman of New Jersey.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 2. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
On that, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 224 and the nays are 199. On this vote, the yeas are 224, the nays are 200. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 533 as amended, on which the nays and yeas are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 533, a bill to amend the Tibetan Policy Act of 2002 to modify certain provisions of that act.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 392, the nays are 20. On this vote, the yeas are 392, the nays are 28. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5375 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5375, a bill to require a strategy for bolstering engagement and cooperation between the United States, Australia, India, and Japan, and to seek to establish a Quad Interparliamentary Working Group to facilitate closer cooperation on shared interests and values.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 379, the nays are 39. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 15, 2024. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, February 15, 2024 through Tuesday, February 27, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute. Revise, extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud native Michigander, I'm keenly aware of the importance of our Great Lakes. I grew up enjoying the national treasure of the Great Lakes, and I want the same opportunity for my 3 young boys and for generations for centuries beyond. Michigan was blessed with a bountiful abundance of natural resources, holding the second most coastline of any state in the union because of our Great Lakes. Our Great Lakes are too important to neglect. They are too important for our economy, national security, and Michigan's way of life. Mr. Speaker, that's why I joined a bipartisan bicameral delegation to introduce legislation that would extend the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. With the Great Lakes contributing over 90% of our nation's fresh surface water and the world's largest source of fresh water, it's critical that we continue to allocate resources to the GLRI. The Great Lakes generate $62 billion in wages annually, and every dollar invested in the GLRI yields $3.35 in economic activity. It's literally a good investment and good for our environment, too. Mr. Speaker, I implore all of my colleagues to support the GLRI extension to bolster the prosperity of our communities while simultaneously affirming our commitment to preserving the health and vitality of the Great Lakes for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss President Biden's work to better America. It is tax time again, and under Republican leadership, America's richest 1% do not mind tax time because they save billions in unpaid taxes. Instead, Republicans like to force middle and lower class Americans to pay more. They rob the poor to pay the rich. But President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act is forcing the richest tax-cheating Americans and American corporations to pay their fair share. It has helped recover more than $500 million from 1,600 delinquent millionaires already. And forcing millionaire and billionaires to pay their fair share will raise $500 billion during the next decade. These funds will cut the deficit and provide more resources for hardworking American families. I'm proud to support President Biden's efforts to help Americans, and I'm proud to be a Democrat because we put people over politics. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor Joseph Charles Martin, a man whose dedication and service left an incredible legacy in Haverstraw, Stony Point, and beyond. Joe's service began as a Navy corpsman and continued with his decades-long career at Letterly Laboratories in Pearl River. In his own community in Thiels, he helped found both the St. Gregory Barbarigo Parish and the David B. Roach Fire Company, which have had a lasting impact on North Rockland. Joe's impact extended beyond this, though. His coaching with the Haverstraw Little League and volunteering at St. Peter's People to People showcased his commitment to improving the lives of the residents of North Rockland. His legacy of service and compassion will forever inspire us. As we mourn Joe's passing, let us honor his memory by carrying forward his spirit of generosity and commitment to others as his family has. And to Joe, I say, may the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face, the rains fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Summit County Prosecutor Sherry Bevan Walsh, who is retiring from the Summit County Prosecutor's Office as the longest-serving prosecutor in the history of the county. She was first elected 24 years ago and has served our community with diligence, professionalism, and dedication. Her final day is tomorrow, Friday, February 16th. Throughout her time as prosecutor, she has always advocated for victims, our community safety, ensuring that everyone was treated with dignity and proper care in our justice system. In line with her championing the most vulnerable in our community, Prosecutor Walsh led the state as the first prosecutor's office in Ohio to have a service dog named Avery as a companion to assist children who are victims and witnesses of crime. She also created the Take Me Home program to assist those with mental health conditions if they may wander from their home, Safety Kids calendar, self-defense classes, and the Start by Believing, a program to support victims of sexual violence. Her incredible and distinguished career also serves as an example to young women in Ohio's 13th Congressional District and beyond by inspiring our next generation of young women leaders. Among her many career accolades includes 59 state, national, and local awards, including the Ohio Crime Victims Justice Center Models of Justice, Prosecutor of the Year, Elected Official of the Year as a community leader who constantly and consistently champions causes for people of developmental disabilities, and Prosecutor of the Year from the Ohio Patrolman Benevolent Association. On behalf of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, I'd like to thank Prosecutor Sherry Bevan Walsh for your years of service, and I wish you all the best in your future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I rise to speak for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of Pitt County's finest, my good friend, Dr. Jasper Lewis. Dr. Lewis, an Eastern North Carolina native, earned his dental degree at UNC Chapel Hill, then serving 2 years in the U.S. Air Force. He received his postdoctoral degree from UNC in 1973 and then moved to Greenville, North Carolina to open his practice in pediatric dentistry. He held numerous offices in regional and national dental organizations, including president of the American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry. Through his tireless efforts, Dr. Lewis was instrumental in bringing a dental school to East Carolina University, which has become the national model in rural dental care. Dr. Lewis brought America's Dental Association Give Kids a Smile campaign, providing oral health care to underprivileged children in eastern North Carolina. Recently, Dr. Lewis was named the recipient of the prestigious Legacy Award for 2023 by the Greenville Pitt Chamber of Commerce, an accolade that attests to his unwavering commitment to improving the lives of those in our community. Dr. Lewis has impacted countless lives in eastern North Carolina, and today we thank him for his countless service. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my thoughtful colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join Democrats to continue funding for the Affordable Connectivity Program. Affordable internet is essential to participating in our modern economy and ensuring a high quality of life for workers, students, seniors, and families. That's why our Democratic majority first launched the Affordable Connectivity Program in 2021, and since then it has helped lower internet costs for millions of Americans and nearly 700,000 households in Illinois, including 17,000 in my district. But unless Republicans join Democrats at the table, the ACP will expire in just 2 months, which would increase broadband costs and put internet access at risk for millions of Americans. We cannot let that happen, so I'll continue fighting to ensure this critical program remains funded, and I hope my Republican colleagues will join me in this effort to keep all of our communities connected. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of U.S. Army veteran Randall Pfeiffer. Randall was recently recognized with the Veteran of the Year Award by the Brunswick Exchange Club. He grew up in coastal Georgia's Golden Isles, where he played high school football. Randall then attended the prestigious United States Military Academy at West Point and entered active duty service in 1975. He served at Fort Benning, Fort Rucker, Hunter Army Airfield, and in West Germany as a combat helicopter pilot. Randall joined the National Guard in 1989, where he continued to fly missions in the Middle East. He retired in 2014 with over 41 years of military experience, where he earned the Legion of Merit, Meritorious Service Medal, Air Medal, and numerous Army medals. Randall Pfeiffer's record speaks for itself. He is a patriot, a hero, and a model we should all look up to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to honor the rich history and unwavering resilience of black small business owners during National Entrepreneurship Week. 17% of black-owned firms are family-run, providing jobs for over 160,000 Americans. In my district, my constituent Nick Aiken Jr. owns and operates Nicky's Place with his family in the vibrant community of Paramore in Orlando. For 25 years, Nicky's Place has been a hub for warm service and authentic and delicious soul food. But like so many minority and small-owned businesses, they face countless hurdles, specifically in securing affordable financing. All Nick, his family, and their 12 employees want to do is to continue to contribute to the vibrant culture of Orlando and what makes Orlando beautiful. And so I urge my colleagues to work with me to ensure that we invest in small businesses like Nicky's Place to ensure that they receive the investment and support they need to continue making communities like mine amazing, beautiful, and to thrive. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Lisa Fordori's service to the United States House of Representatives. This month, Lisa will be retiring as an official reporter within the Clerk of the House's organization. Lisa has been one of the House elite court reporters, providing expert stenographic support to committees and the House floor. Lisa was born in Du Bois, Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District, very proud of that. and grew up in Evansburg, Pennsylvania. Also was in the congressional district for a while. In 1982, she obtained her court reporting degree from the Central Pennsylvania Business School in Summersdale, Pennsylvania. Following graduation, Lisa worked as an official court reporter in Clearfield, Pennsylvania, and Pasco and Hernando counties in Florida. In 1992, Lisa started her own court reporting firm in Evansburg, Pennsylvania. During this time, Lisa also worked as a contract reporter for the United States District Court for the Western District of Pennsylvania in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. In 2007, Lisa moved to Washington, D.C. to serve as a court reporter for the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, where she worked until joining the House. Lisa enjoys spending time with family and friends and two beautiful granddaughters, Vivian and Chloe. Once retired, Lisa plans to travel, play golf, tennis, and go kayaking. Mr. Speaker, the court reporters who support the House floor are the best in their profession, and Lisa is no exception. On behalf of the whole House, I wish to express my gratitude for Lisa's dedicated service to the House and her country. And I congratulate Lisa, and Lisa wish you all the best in your next chapter. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 19, 1942, President Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which led to the forced removal and incarceration of over 120,000 individuals of Japanese ancestry. My great-grandfather, Seiki Takasato, was one such Issei, taken from his home in Pu'unene, Maui, and sent to Honouliuli on Oahu, Sharp Park in California, and finally ending up at the internment camp in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It was there that he painted this picture. Guilty of nothing else but being of Japanese descent, internees like my Gigi were stripped of everything they owned, homes, property, life savings, and denied the most basic human and civil rights. I stand before you as one of millions of descendants who will never forget. We bear the familial scars from a time filled of xenophobia, hate, and fear, but we also embody the gaman of those who came before us, committed to making sure we learn from the mistakes of our past, lest we are doomed to repeat them. With everything happening in our country and our world, let us stand up and recommit to ensuring that such atrocities never stain our collective conscience again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the life and achievements of Alfred Turner from Gamaliel, Kentucky. Alfred, along with his late brother-in-law, Burr Bowles, co-founded Stitches, a small manufacturing company in my home county of Monroe. Stitches was one of the last surviving garment manufacturers in Kentucky and Tennessee after the passage of NAFTA. Alfred Turner was a tremendous leader in Gamaliel. Alfred Turner was a tremendous corporate citizen in the tiny town of Gamaliel where my family originated. Alfred did a lot for many people, keeping those jobs going after everyone else just about in the garment industry went to Mexico or to some other country after the passage of NAFTA. Stitches is still in business today because of the great work that Alfred Turner did for his community and his employees. So again, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the life and legacy of my friend Alfred Turner, who passed away a few weeks ago in Gamaliel, Kentucky. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to say thank you to the first responders on the Central Coast, for whom it has been a busy and challenging few weeks. Our hard-working emergency service workers in Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Ventura counties have shown incredible bravery, commitment, and resilience during multiple heavy storms that have torn through the Central Coast. Up and down our region, local fire crews and emergency management departments worked quickly and diligently to remove downed trees and power lines that fell on apartment buildings, homes, cars, and roadways. In San Luis Obispo, the fire department fielded over 400 emergency calls during the storms, the peak of the storms, and helped rescue someone stranded in their car amid rising floodwaters in the Pomo. In Santa Barbara, law enforcement officials knocked on more than 500 doors to alert households of a flooding evacuation order. And in Ventura, a man was rescued without injury from the Ventura River by the Ventura City Fire Department. I want to thank our brave law enforcement officers, firefighters, and other first responders who, in face of danger, run toward it, our emergency dispatchers who fielded so many calls, and everyone at the National Weather Service who helped keep the Central Coast updated on storms. Our entire region is grateful for you having and watching over our back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, extreme MAGA Republicans are focused on chaos and dysfunction. Their agenda does nothing for everyday Americans. Republicans continue to push sham impeachments and political stunts to distract from their radical agenda. They have made this Congress the least productive since the Great Depression. We have seen that on full display this week, where Republicans have canceled another workday in D.C. because they cannot get anything done. House Democrats are fighting to cut through the chaos. We are focused on lower cost, a stronger middle class, and safer communities. Under President Biden and House Democrats in Congress, we have focused on real change. Democrats have capped the price of insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare and provided student debt relief to 3.7 million Americans. Month after month, our economy has seen strong job growth. President Biden's economic policies are working. House Democrats know that we have more work to do, and we stand united to put people over politics and do the work of the American people. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this Black History Month, I am highlighting the long and rich history of Bennett College, an all-woman HBCU in my hometown, Greensboro, North Carolina. For over 150 years, Bennett College has been a beacon of social justice in the South. In the 1930s, the Bennett Bells protested racism in the film industry with protests at our local Carolina theater. In the 1950s and 60s, the Bennett Bells played a key role in the civil rights movement. In 1958, when Martin Luther King Jr. visited Greensboro and struggled to find a place to speak, Bennett College president Willa B. Player gave him a stage. She said, "Bennett College is a liberal arts college where freedom rings so Dr. King can speak here." And 2 years after Dr. King spoke on campus, the Bennett Bells staged a sit-in at the segregated Woolworth's lunch counter with the Greensboro Four. Their actions sparked a nationwide sit-in movement that forever changed the course of history. Today, Bennett College students and alumni continue to be change makers. I am proud to recognize the immense contributions of the Bennett Bells this Black History Month.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Dean Weber. In 1973, Dean Weber started as head athletics trainer for the University of Arkansas, where he provided care for thousands of Razorback student athletes. He never missed a football game as an athletic trainer, working over 415 games with the team under 8 head coaches. A Hall of Famer, Dean served the university for over 50 years and has the third longest tenure of anyone in Razorback athletics history behind Frank Broyles and Norm DeBryan. Dean's love for the natural state and Razorback athletics was immeasurable. Still, his legacy will always be in the relationships he built with the athletes, coaches, colleagues, and friends. When I think about what made Dean special, I can say from personal experience that I was just a walk-on, but Dean treated me like an All-American. We can all learn from that, and the world could use some more Dean Webbers. We will miss our friend, but we are better having known him. Dean Weber made a difference. Woo pig suey, go hogs, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
St. Louis and I rise to send our love and condolences to Kansas City, Missouri, in the wake of yesterday's mass shooting. This preventable and despicable epidemic of gun violence, it affects us all. It impacts my district in St. Louis, it impacts your districts, it impacts our entire country, and it does not need to be this way. Missouri has some of the weakest gun laws in the country. Instead of addressing this epidemic, Missouri Republicans continue to eviscerate and obstruct gun safety laws. So to the Missouri Republicans who are pointing their finger at the people of Kansas City, Missouri, and calling them thugs, gotta get better vocabulary. This blood is on your hands. You don't get to scapegoat the victims of this shooting when you are actively blocking gun violence prevention legislation. Your allegiance to the NRA over the needs of the people of our communities. It's absolutely shameful. Missouri needs you to act. Join us in passing meaningful, common sense gun safety legislation so that we can put an end to this crisis and save lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Leonard Clifford Tibbs, Jr., born on March 3, 1934 in Los Angeles. Mr. Tibbs was the son of Alua Lee Tibbs, a beautician, and Leonard Clifford Tibbs, one of the few black pharmacists in Los Angeles at the time. In 1952, Mr. Tibbs graduated from Manuel Harts High School in my district where he played football. After obtaining a business degree from UCLA, Leonard pursued many successful entrepreneurial endeavors, establishing a real estate business, Tibbs Tacos restaurant, a catering business, and World of Curls. He was a man of few words, yet he was always charming and friendly. He loved to golf, captain his boat, fish, and travel. In 1999, Leonard met the Honorable Gloria Gray, and they shared 25 loving years together. They were partners in every aspect of life, with Leonard staunchly supporting Councilwoman Gray's journey through public service. Leonard peacefully passed away on November 22, 2023, and is lovingly remembered by Gloria, his daughter Allison, and the many loving bonus children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. I join in honoring his life and legacy. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, listening to constituents is the most important thing we can do. At a recent visit to Warren County, North Carolina, constituents discussed the essential role of agriculture and education. Congresswoman Eva Clayton emphasized the vital link between agriculture and STEM funding. Afterwards, we visit the green-blue marketplace using hydroponics that is now underway. We must inspire the next generation to engage in agriculture. We must also showcase farming as a viable career, demonstrating its potential for good living, family support, and community benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm Greg Casad, and I represent the heart of Texas. And I represent hundreds of thousands of Texans who faced mass blackouts, medical emergencies, and even death 3 years ago during the Texas grid's failure under Winter Storm Uri. Over 10 million people needlessly lost power, and hundreds died cold, alone, and in the dark. Texas officials like Greg Abbott have not just failed to fix the grid and to respond to constituents' needs, they've repeatedly abandoned us in favor of large corporations and the donations that they provide, those corporations that profit off of the misery of Texans. That's why yesterday I announced new legislation, the Connect the Grid Act, to connect Texas to the national electric grids and make a real difference and bring forward real solutions. If our state were interconnected, we could prevent mass blackouts, save tens of billions of dollars, and help our country meet its climate goals. It is not radical to say that in the middle of a heat wave or a winter storm, Texans should be able to keep the lights on. Too many people have already died because of our inaction. With the Connect the Grid Act, we can keep the lights on and Congress can give power back to the people. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Well, I thank the Speaker, and I want to first recognize and commend someone who's been working in my office most recently as Director of Operations, Corinne Scalise, who is unfortunately going to be leaving us after tomorrow, her last day here in the office, but she's been a wonderful part of our office. She's heading over to work with the former Vice President and do some work with his organization. We will all miss her. I know the scheduling operation is always complex. I know the floor staff will miss working with her. She's been fantastic. She'll be joining another staffer of mine, Jonah Wendt, who was with me from the time I first ran for office in the summer of 2018 all the way until December, who also went to go work in the Vice President's organization. It means I need to have a word with the Vice President about taking my staff, but I'm very delighted to have them going and working with them and want to thank them for their service. And I've got the benefit of Corinne for the next 24 hours. So I want to thank her and thank Jonah and all of my staff and all of the great staff on the Hill. I mean, maybe almost all of the staff. It depends on the day. But I joke as a former staffer, but we can't do this without our staff. We can't do it without the floor staff, all the great employees here that keep this place operating. And they tolerate us when we're holding the floor open late and forcing votes. And I don't know, maybe giving a long speech on the floor of the House, which occasionally I might shorten just to make sure they can get home in time to have a reasonable night. But I am thankful, ever thankful for their support and work. I would note that my colleague from Texas was just complaining allegedly, or about the alleged weakness of the Texas grid. Well, the only reason that there's any weakness to the grid is because we've had radical leftists embracing power schemes that have been funding our enemies in China and trying to promote a radical leftist agenda with unreliable energy. That's the truth. Promoting windmill power in Texas, which on a windless day, oddly enough, hard to predict this, I know, doesn't produce a whole lot of power. Or solar power, which on a cloudy day doesn't, I know, again, hard to predict, doesn't produce a whole lot of power. So I don't know, if you have a deep freeze in the state of Texas that shuts down the windmill capacity and you have some other events going on, like some frozen gas lines, you end up having some difficulties. When you have had a war on reliable power, as my radical leftist colleagues have been doing for as long as I can remember, you end up with problems with the grid. And it's not just in Texas, it's nationwide. We've had rolling blackouts in California. Texas has been able to stave off those kinds of blackouts because we're trying to fight through the federal mandates and the laws that come out of this body and the regulations that come out of the federal government that prevent us from being able to provide the power we need for the people of Texas. Just last year, my colleague from Texas joined with my radical leftist colleagues on the other side of the aisle to advance the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which has done none of that, and which, by the way, is empowering China. And by the way, my colleague talked about enriching corporations. Well, guess what the Inflation Reduction Act does? By subsidizing massive companies. 90% of the subsidies go to billion-dollar corporations. That's the truth. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to pretend they're doing something green when what they're doing is enriching fat cats in big corporations sending money to China to build solar panels rather than burning clean-burning natural gas. We voted today to advance a bill so that we can have liquefied natural gas being exported out of Texas. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to do that. They want to make us weaker. They want to hurt our economy. They want to make Russia more powerful. They want to undermine Ukraine, even as they complain that we're not taking more borrowed money or more taxpayer money to give it to Ukraine to fund a war that doesn't have a mission. They want to undermine our ability to help Ukraine with liquefied natural gas. That's the truth. That's the actual facts of what's going on right now, because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to advance a radical notion of unicorn energy where we can have endless unreliable energy and then wonder why the grid might have a problem. Why aren't we building nuclear power? Why aren't we building more natural gas, which we have in abundance in this country? Why aren't we exporting more liquefied natural gas? Around the world, half the world doesn't have access to reliable energy. 3 billion people live in what we would call energy poverty. Why don't we export our energy so we can lift people out of poverty? The fact is, China has 1,100 coal-fired plants, probably more than that now. They're building 2 a week. They're producing the vast majority of the CO2 going to the atmosphere. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to declare war on the internal combustion engine here in the United States. And if you got rid of every car in America and replaced it with an electric vehicle, you would impact CO2 by about, 2%, maybe, worldwide. If you got rid of every single car in America. Meanwhile, the average EV costs $16,000 more than an internal combustion engine automobile. The price of used cars is going up. We now have a mandate by this administration that the EVs are going to need to be 2/3 of the fleet by 2032, which means every American out there watching this, you are going to spend more for automobiles. If you live in the cold, your battery is going to take longer to charge. If you plug it in at your house, your electricity bill is going to double or triple because it uses as much electricity as your air conditioner. Yet my leftist colleagues think that's okay. And they've said so, sitting in the Rules Committee, they've said so here on the floor. That's just the price of fighting climate change, they say. Except it's not going to actually fight what they claim is what they want to stop. Because around the world, other countries are producing CO2 in mass quantities. We're producing CO2 at our 1990 levels because of innovation, because of clean burning natural gas. Yes, from Texas. I have no problem with that. But when my colleagues come down and say, oh, you're enriching corporations, they leave out that dirty little secret that we just passed a $1 trillion bill that the American people will have to pay for to subsidize our enemies, to subsidize billion-dollar corporations, and undermine the very hardworking American family who wants to buy a car, the plumber who wants to have a truck, the family who wants to be able to have 2 vehicles to get around in, but they can't afford them anymore because we're regulating them out of existence. We're making it to where you can't even afford it. And then we're adding all sorts of requirements, like kill switches. Can you believe this? Kill switches. If your eyes dart because you're allegedly under the influence of something, your car is going to shut down. All right, so what if it's wrong? What if it's 10 below zero? What if you're across a railroad track? You're going to have cars that just shut down, a kill switch. The government telling you you cannot get a car that doesn't have the expensive technology built into it to determine whether or not you might be under the influence. That's what we're doing to people. We're going to make that car twice as expensive, and we're going to make it to where they might be unable to move their vehicle. This is unconscionable what we're doing. I had a friend who went to go replace a windshield the other day. It was like $1,500 because it has some technology in it so you can see the speedometer in the glass and some other stuff. I mean, who cares? Good grief. What do I just want to have a windshield? It used to be like $200. We've made everything more expensive. We're making everything so regulated that you can't possibly afford it. You want to know why families are struggling? Because of that. My colleagues live in unicorn land. Like there are no consequences to regulation. There's no consequences to writing checks that we can't afford, funding and subsidizing big corporations all the time to advance their radical agenda. They act like there's no consequences to open borders. The fact of the matter is we have a problem in this town, and it's not, as I think I saw the Capitol Hill reporter Jake Sherman report today, that somehow, Republicans are in disarray. It's been the least effective Congress in history. Well, let me just tell you something about the people I represent. They don't want this body to keep passing more laws and spending more money for the sake of it. They want us to actually stand up and fight for them. And standing up and fighting for them means doing something different. Because I promise you, that reporter and every other Capitol Hill reporter would judge success as continuing the status quo that has delivered us $34 trillion in debt, has delivered us stacks of laws that nobody can even count, literally. I looked up the Department of Justice to count all the criminal statutes. They tried to do a study in the 80s and they ran out and they just gave up because they couldn't find all the laws. Yet we keep passing more laws. Just today, we passed more programs. We passed more stuff on the floor. People said, Chip, why are you always voting no? Because we're $34 trillion in debt and we have reams of regulations and reams of laws. What are those things doing to make the average American family's life better? That's the truth. And I got to say something as I'm prone to do, being critical on a bipartisan basis or a nonpartisan basis. The defense complex, the people that want to scare you to death that we're all going to die. Yes, there are bad enemies in the world and we need to prepare to defend them, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. But we have a problem in this town that we will always spend more money because under the fear that people are going to say that we're going to be blown up or somebody's going to attack us. Let me quote our former General Dwight Eisenhower, former President Dwight Eisenhower, in his farewell address in 1961. He said, "In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex." I want to remind you, this is 1961. This is 63 years ago, almost to the day. "The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together." That is not happening today, ladies and gentlemen. We saw it on full display this week, right here in this body. We saw it in full display because we were trying on a bipartisan basis to pass reform of the so-called, or as it is known, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, what we call as FISA. The fact is that FISA has been abused. Section 702 of FISA is a particular provision designed for us to collect information abroad, to look outward, in order to try to stop a future 9/11. That's its general purpose. And it plays an important role in doing that. We've gathered intelligence and been able to use it to prevent bad actors. But the fact is, there's been enormous abuses. The ODNI reported that the FBI conducted an estimated 204,090 United States person queries, that's 559 per day, in 2022. An NSA analyst searched for the communications of two individuals the analyst had met on an online dating service. The government conducted a batch query for over 19,000 donors to a congressional campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your intelligence community and your FBI that is abusing laws designed to look abroad to stop foreign enemies, and they're looking at you. They're using the power of government to surveil you, the American people. That is wrong. It is why we have a Fourth Amendment. It is why we have rules about warrants. When I was a former federal prosecutor, I would have loved to have unfettered access to information. I had a bad guy, it was sitting there, I had a phone, the cop had the phone, and I had him on other stuff, but that guy had a phone, and he pulled the information off the phone and had guns and drugs and pictures that were incriminating. He didn't get a warrant. Well, the fact that we'd had him for something else didn't mean that he still didn't need a warrant to look at his phone. That matters. I couldn't use any of it. Couldn't give it to law enforcement to go look at the house or go try to track down what was on the phone. And you know what? We're a better country for it. Because there were other tools to go after bad guys. I was able to put that bad guy in jail for a considerable number of years. But we weren't going to violate the Fourth Amendment to go further. Yet we violate the Fourth Amendment every single daggum day against the American people in the name of foreign intelligence. Why would we do that? We do it because it's easy. This week, we had the opportunity to bring forward legislation, bipartisan. When do you ever see Jim Jordan and Jerry Nadler hugging each other in agreement in the Rules Committee or in the Judiciary Committee? But they were. We had bipartisan agreement. A 35-2, I think, was the vote bill out of Judiciary Committee to say we're going to continue to allow the 7.0 tools to be able to go after bad guys abroad, but we are going to protect people here at home. We're going to use the Constitution. We're going to require that you have warrants to be able to get information, search databases on American people. We haven't been able to bring it to the floor. You know why? Because the intelligence world, including some on our own intelligence committee, both sides of the aisle, the intelligence world that have worked over in the executive branch and the CIA, DNI, DOD, FBI, they all said, whoa, 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 you can't do that or bad things will happen. It's always behind this cloak, this veil. Oh, trust us. We see all the classified information. We know all the truth. You will be in danger. You will be endangered if you pass something like a demand that you have a warrant to get information on an American citizen. Imagine that. If I walked around Washington, D.C. with a dog sniffer from every house going up and down the streets of Capitol Hill or through Georgetown or up through Northwest or Northeast or any part of this city, how many times do you think I'd run across narcotics? I can't do that. And we're not supposed to do that. Of course, law enforcement wants every tool it can have to go after bad guys. It makes their job easier. But the Constitution says, for a reason, you can't do that. Every single one of us are mortified about September 11th and every other terrorist attack on our soil. But we should not give power to the federal government and the tyranny that can then be deployed upon the American people because we're afraid of what might happen. Freedom matters. It's why we exist. Yet here we are, an opportunity with this bill that is expiring to make reforms that can protect the American people, and we're not going to do it. Token fixes that'll make modest improvements, but without the full protection of the Constitution wrapped around the American citizens. This body, the People's House, should do better. I believe there is a full, strong majority of this body that would want to do that. We should bring that bill to the floor, and if my colleagues want to vote against it or take down the rule, make them go explain it to the American people. That's what we ought to do. I don't mind defending my votes. Just last week, I was forced to vote on a suspension of the rules, a vote to give clean funding to Israel. Well, God bless America, I support Israel, and I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. But I cannot go back to the people of Texas and say I'm going to go send a $17.6 billion check, even to our best friends, when we have not secured the border of the United States and we are not paying for it. We cannot continue to write checks with borrowed money. We will not have a United States of America remaining to stand next to Israel. It won't exist. We won't have a dollar that's strong enough. It's not just FISA. It's what we saw just unfold in the Senate when they passed cynically taking out border security, sending over $60 billion for Ukraine, additional funding for Israel, a total package of almost $90 billion. By the way, that $60 billion for Ukraine, do you know how much our entire budget is for the United States Marine Corps? $53 billion. Was one penny of that $60 billion paid for? No. Just printed money. We're printing money every year to the tune of $2 trillion just to keep the lights on. And we're going to go write another $60 billion check to Ukraine? God bless the people of Ukraine. I want them to push back. I want them to win. I want them to hold the line and preserve their country. But coming to us to write them blank checks is not a strategy. And the Senate sent us over a $90 billion bill with $60 billion for Ukraine, billions for Taiwan, billions for Israel. And they do so without any mission defined. We've gotten multiple different missions told to us by the administration. They have no clarity of what we're trying to achieve there. Are we funding something that might result in victory for NATO, for Ukraine, for the United States? Or are we funding a, yet again, never-ending conflict and a proxy war that none of the people voting for this are going to go put themselves in danger for, after we've already spent $113 billion, by the way, unpaid for? You noticing a common theme here? Almost everything we do around here is unpaid for. Hell, if you look at our annual tax revenues, which in 2022, by the way, were as high as they've ever been, those tax revenues only pay for mandatory spending. That is DC swamp speak for Social Security, Medicare, increasing amounts of veteran spending, all of the things that are on autopilot. All of that basically adds up to the revenues we bring into the Treasury, which I think is somewhere around $4 trillion. All of the other stuff, the Department of Defense, the Department of Education, the Department of Justice, HHS, this building, Congress, Senate, the White House, the FAA, all of that is borrowed money. Every penny of it is borrowed money. How can we look at our kids and grandkids straight in the face and say, we're not killing the country that was given to us? Because we are. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle always blame it on tax policy. I will absolutely, as I said in the Budget Committee, have any conversation about tax policy my friends on the other side of the aisle want to have. But what I will not allow my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do is blame deficits on tax policy. In 2022, 19.6% of the American GDP was sent back to Washington, D.C., the highest level in history. It ain't a revenue problem. It's not. We have always, since we've had tax policy, been somewhere around 17.5% of American GDP, that is everything we earn, comes back here to Washington. This year, last year, I think it was about 17.5%. It peaked, 2022 came back down. So you got all that money, and yet we can't fund all of the stuff we've promised or that we decide to do. I had friends, people back home, constituents say, why'd you vote no on a bill for ALS? Why'd you vote no on a bill for cancer? Well, I'm a cancer survivor. I've had friends with ALS. I voted no because we don't have any money. I voted no because we're lying to the American people. Both sides of the aisle, but with all due respect, particularly my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who just blame it on tax policy and then ignore spending like drunken sailors. And on our watch, the footnote in history for my tenure in the House of Representatives is going to be that I destroyed the country. I mean, I'm proud that I voted no for most of this garbage. But for this moment in time, every member of this body, your legacy, your tombstone is going to be that you destroyed the United States of America, the greatest country in the history of the world. That's going to be the legacy of this House of Representatives, of the next House of Representatives, of last Congress's House of Representatives. Because we utterly refuse to responsibly do our job. $34 trillion of debt. When I ran for office in 2018, it was $21 trillion. I've been here for 5 years. 5 years. And it's gone up $13 trillion. I've voted against virtually every penny of it. But that doesn't make me feel any good because we're still up $13 trillion. And I would just say to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, what are we going to do about it? Have another study? Put together another working group? Or what if maybe we actually did our damn job, set a cap, and spent under that? Novel concept, I know, that every business, every nonprofit, every family in America largely has to contemplate. But we're going to have legislation that is going to come before us in 2 weeks. You know why? Because the government funding is going to expire in 2 weeks. Now again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been driving an agenda through the administration, the Senate, my colleagues here in this chamber, that spends more money, regulates the heck out of the entire country, shutting down the internal combustion engine, leaving us with wide open borders, letting immigrants out without bail, making our streets unsafe, perpetuating endless wars, driving up inflation. My Senate Republican colleagues, unfortunately, too often want to join with them. On the bill, the Ukraine bill, Taiwan, Israel funding has no border security, is unpaid for, has no mission. 22 Republicans decided that would be a good bill to join. With friends like these, as they say. So we'll get a bill in 2 weeks to keep the lights on and keep funding government. Something most of my constituents question. Most of my constituents come up to me and say, shut down the border or shut down the government. They're sick of open borders. They're sick of fentanyl deaths. They're sick of their livestock getting out. They're sick of having people break into their homes. They're sick of their schools getting filled, their hospitals getting filled, their jails getting filled. They're sick of what's happening to their country. But here's the thing. My Republican colleagues rightly, properly impeached Alejandro Mayorkas for a total failure to carry out his duty, a total failure to faithfully execute the laws of the United States, lying to me under oath in a House Judiciary Committee hearing, lying to the American people about whipping Haitian migrants. The House of Representatives, led by Republicans, impeached for the second time in history a sitting cabinet secretary. That's not a bright moment for our country, but it was the right thing to do. It'll go over to the Senate, they'll hold a trial. He almost certainly will not be convicted. I don't know if it'll be party line vote, it takes 67 votes to do it. But here's the thing. That's not enough. It's not enough for Republicans to send over a impeachment and then walk away, say we did what we could. It's not enough to pass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill I've ever seen move off of this floor or in any chamber in Capitol Hill. It's not enough to do that. The American people want results. So here's the question. When we have a funding bill that comes before us in 2 weeks, there'll be two versions of it probably. Big omnibus spending bill, multiple minibus bills, a continuing resolution. Are my Republican colleagues going to agree to continue to fund the government that is at war with them? Are they going to fund the salary of Alejandro Mayorkas when Alejandro Mayorkas was just impeached, has been lying to them and endangering the American people with wide open borders? Because that is the power of the purse that James Madison eloquently stated in Federalist 58 is our power to check the executive branch. That's why we have it. Are we going to defund any of that? Are we going to withhold that funding for a secretary run rogue? Are we going to keep allowing funding to be used for the education of illegal aliens flooding our country? For the $53 million that was funded in New York? I don't know if it's all state money, local money, federal money, whatever. All I know is $53 million. Like cards going out to illegal aliens in schools, illegal aliens in hospitals, illegal aliens in emergency rooms. We're the ones left holding the bag, in Texas in particular, but also New York, also Chicago. Are we going to keep funding it? Now, every Republican should have to answer that question if you're going to go campaign on saying that you're trying to secure the border. Why are you funding this? We know our Democrat colleagues don't give a rip, and they want borders to be wide open to flood the zone with people from all over the world. There's no other reason for it. There is no other defense for it. It's a total abuse of asylum laws, total abuse of parole laws, total abuse of exceptions to the rule that you're supposed to have operational control of the border. We all know that. Anyone who can read knows that. But our Democratic colleagues are totally fine with wide open borders, endangering the American people, endangering migrants, empowering cartels, empowering China. What will Republicans do about it? Pass an impeachment bill? Good. Pass H.R. 2? Good. Funding the very mechanisms that are at war with the people of Texas and the American people? Bad. Stop doing it. Stop allowing those funds to be abused. Stop funding the NGOs that are working in consort with the cartels and the people in Mexico to move people up all the way down from the Darien Gap, all the way up through the Northern Triangle, through Mexico, into the United States. Stop funding them. It's fact. We see it. Reporters have embedded with them. We know it's true. And we're funding the United Nations $12.5 billion a year. $12.5 billion to the United Nations. This body, including Republicans, are voting to fund. Why? That same United Nations is working with NGOs to move people up from the Darien Gap all the way through Mexico to here. That same United Nations is funding Hamas. Oh, everybody says, Chip, you must give the $17 billion to Israel. Well, why would I vote for $17 billion for Israel while we're funding our enemies, their enemies? That's what we're doing. Stop doing that. Stop funding our own enemies. We're funding the mechanisms of the Inflation Reduction Act. We're funding billions going to China. We're funding billions going to China through Iran and the sale of oil. We're funding all of those operations. We're empowering all of those operations that are acting in direct opposition to our well-being. We're funding the implementation of the liquefied natural gas ban on exports. We're funding the implementation of the rule that's going to require that EVs be 2/3 of our fleet by 2032, that will kill the American family with higher priced cars that are less functional. We're funding that. We're funding the FBI that's out of control. We're funding all of the intelligence bureaucracy that is using the FISA laws designed to target our enemies to spy on the American people. We're funding that. We're funding the EPA's natural gas tax and methane rule. destroying access to reliable energy. We're funding the EPA's power plant rules aimed at knocking off coal and natural gas power plants, making us wholly dependent on wind and sun for energy when you don't always have wind and sun. We're funding the Internal Revenue Service, doling out billions in those IRA tax credits to the corporations I described before. We're funding the World Health Organization, which is continuing to advance policies in direct conflict to our own well-being. We're funding the United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestinian refugees, which I described before as funding Hamas and funding our enemies. Totally fine. Don't worry about it. We'll go campaign against Hamas. We'll go campaign that Israel's great, but we're going to fund them. That might be the one we don't fund. Because now everybody's head is exploding, because even though some of us introduced legislation 3 years ago to stop it, and everybody ignored it, now they find out, oh yeah, lo and behold, these people were actually there. They're actually employed by the United Nations. They're actually working with Hamas to attack Israel. October 7th exposed what we already knew. But we were too stupid, lazy, and unprincipled, to actually do something about it instead of funding it. We're funding a pro-China, anti-Israel United Nations Human Rights Council. Why? We're $34 trillion in debt, and yet we're going to write that check. I literally don't understand it. It just makes no sense. Oh, Chip, bipartisanship. You got to understand, you don't have the Senate, you don't have the White House. Just say no and go explain it to the American people. Hi, American. Do you think that we should borrow money that we don't have, indebting your children into the future, weakening the dollar, increasing inflation so we can fund our enemies and Israel's enemies, while also wanting you to borrow more money to fund Israel to fight the enemies that you're funding? That's what we do. That's what Republicans do. That's what Democrats do. Republicans at least try. That's the difference. We're going to fund an ATF rule banning up to 40 million pistol braces. We complain about it. We talk about how bad it is, but we're going to fund it. We're going to fund the ATF rule massively expanding background checks. We're going to fund the Department of Education's student loan cancellation schemes, despite the Supreme Court ruling against them. We're going to keep funding it. We'll keep writing the check. We're going to fund the public health agencies like the CDC and the NIH, the FDA, all still unaccountable for shutting down the greatest economy in the history of the world, foisting $8 trillion of debt, sticking our kids in the corner of the classrooms, undermining our economic prosperity, destroying healthcare freedom. We're going to keep funding them. Hold a couple of hearings, walk away. We're going to keep funding the Department of Veterans Affairs vaccine mandate. I have a bill, but who cares if I have a bill? So what? Pass a bill. What? So I can go campaign that I had a bill? Who cares? We should ban the ability to introduce legislation until we actually stop funding all this stuff. So people can't hide behind passing a bill saying I did something when you didn't. I passed a bill to fund a new position at the State Department that will go after and stop bad things from happening. No, you didn't. You funded another bureaucrat who hates you. You funded another bureaucrat who wants to undermine your way of life. That's what you just funded. And it costs more money. We're going to fund, when we vote in 2 weeks, to fund the government, because people will say, you got to fund the government, can't shut the government down, all the usual stuff. We're going to fund chief diversity officers at the Department of Defense and throughout government. We're going to fund abortion tourism. We're going to fund transgender surgeries. Yeah, your tax dollars, I'm sorry, we've already established, your borrowed dollars are going to go to fund all those things that you don't even want. The vast majority of Americans don't want that stuff. We're going to do it. We're going to fund endless arrays of bureaucrats who are at odds with your way of life. The Democratic Party wants to end, as much as humanly possible, Western civilization as we know it. They want to undermine our way of life. They're totally good with wide open borders. They're totally good with endangering the American people, totally good with indebting our children and grandchildren with trillions of dollars of debt, totally good with advancing radical energy policies that will result in energy poverty and the destruction of human life as we know it, totally fine with unreliable power, totally fine empowering China and our enemies in the name of unicorn energy. They're totally fine with an empowered government being used against the American people. All of that stuff. And I will say this in response to the chattering class here on the Hill that are attacking Speaker Johnson, or for that matter, were attacking Speaker McCarthy for the dysfunction of the House. This Republican-led House is the only institution in the world right now standing up and yelling, "Stop," to quote William F. Buckley. We're the only institution in the world right now standing against a radical leftist agenda. Yes, I gave a speech saying name one thing because I want to get victories. I want to stand up and stop the radical left. Well, we did something. We impeached Alejandro Mayorkas, and that's good. We did something last year in passing H.R. 2, but we ought to hold the Senate accountable and make them come to the table with us and stop what this administration is doing with tyrannical executive overreach, endangering the American people with wide open borders. We ought to use the power of the purse to stop funding 1, 2, 10, 50 of the things that I just described. We should use that power of the purse in 2 weeks. We shouldn't run scared. We should embrace the caps that were passed last year in the so-called Fiscal Responsibility Act. Wasn't as good as I wanted, but there's caps. Why are we running away from the caps? Why would we honor side deals that were done behind closed doors, which even the Democrat Appropriations Chairwoman acknowledged in the Rules Committee were literally not in the text of the FRA? And in fact, she voted against the FRA because those side deals were not in the text. Why would we walk away from that? We have the ability to constrain spending by about $100 billion less than what the powers that be want to try to negotiate over in the Senate. If we passed a continuing resolution for the rest of this year funding government, it would be at 1564, 1.564 trillion. If we advance the minibus using the side deals that the Senate wants us to do, it'll be $1.66 trillion. It's $100 billion we could save. $100 billion you take away from the bureaucracy that's at war with your way of life. That's what Republicans should do. But the reason we won't, most likely, we'll keep trying, the reason we won't is because of what I started this conversation with. The defense industrial complex. Everybody in this town that says we're going to die if we don't fund defense, if we don't have FISA out there, or an abused FISA, because the intel community's out there wanting to collect all the information under the sun, including against American citizens. It will be, as Dwight Eisenhower said, in the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. That was 1961. That was 63 years ago. He was correct. The general that helped us defeat Nazi Germany, that led us at D-Day, who became president of the United States, foretold 63 years ago what we're seeing right now, that we will hide behind defense, we will hide behind the intelligence community, and we will do that to indebt our children and our grandchildren. In the name of security, we will undermine our security. We will not have the money to defend ourselves, much less the world. We will not be able to stand side by side with Israel because we're not going to have a country left to stand next to them. We have the opportunity as Republicans to stand athwart a radical left that wants to kill our country. We should do it. We should do it proudly, and we should run on it. We should stop dancing. We have caps in place, use them. We have policies we know we need to achieve, fight for them. We won't get them all. We may only get a few. But for the love of everything holy, fight for them, because the other side wants to take away your way of life, is destroying this country. That's what's happening. We have a duty to stand up for the people who sent us here. I embrace what Jake Sherman is saying. I embrace what the Capitol Hill reporters are saying. Because when we stand up and yell stop, to stand athwart the massive power and scope of government that is strangling the prosperity and the well-being of the American people, I am proud of it. On that point, I am proud of what we've been doing under both speakers this Congress. Because we've been having the debate that needs to be had on this side of the aisle. We've been having the debate the American people want us to have. Unfortunately, we get no help from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are beholden to a radical left vision while they just allow America to slip through their fingers like sand, or our fingers, while we watch it unfold. I hope that when we come back from this recess, we will take up the mantle, stand athwart the tyranny of the radical left, band together, stop spending money we don't have, stop funding the tyranny against our way of life, stop allowing open borders, stop allowing our streets to be dangerous, stop funding wars without a mission, with endless borrowing, stop doing everything we campaigned against. Every single person that campaigned on this side of the aisle campaigned against those things. Stop continuing them. That's our duty. That's our calling. And if we do that, we might be able to pass down this country to our kids and our grandkids when our country turns 250 years old in just over 2 years. Are we going to be able to look at them and say that they've inherited a free country? When those 56 men walked out of Independence Hall signing their death warrant, we praise that every July 4th. Are we going to honor it? Or are we just going to use it as a parade symbol on July 4th? Are we going to honor the lives of the men that stormed the beaches at Normandy that was led by Dwight Eisenhower, who foretold what we're now doing with the defense industrial complex? Are we going to stand up and stop spending money we don't have and preserve liberty? Are we going to do that? Or are we just going to talk about them every June 6th about how great it was that they stormed the beach and walked into a wall of bullets? We can't go around and help the world if this country isn't strong. I keep hearing Ronald Reagan being raised up as like, oh, look, you know, he went over and he stood in front of the Berlin Wall. You bet he did. Yes, we had funded activities around the world in Afghanistan and otherwise. First of all, we didn't have 100% debt to GDP, which we do now. We weren't $34 trillion in debt. But second of all, and importantly, peace through strength meant peace through strength. Peace through strength, not peace through endless wars, not peace through spying on Americans in the name of intelligence gathering against your enemies, not peace through unlimited borrowing, making our country financially insolvent. That is not what that meant. And too many people in this town are totally fine hiding behind defense, hiding behind intelligence in order to undermine our well-being as a country in the false name of security. We should stop that. We should make this country secure by actually doing our job. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back and give the floor to my colleague from Texas, the Honorable Mr. Green.
Under the Speaker's announced policy, January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I am grateful to my colleague for yielding the floor. But I'm very grateful for the opportunity to stand here in the Congress of the United States of America. It means something to me every time I have this opportunity to speak. I love my country. I love what it stands for. Yes, it is not perfect. Yes, my ancestors were treated in a horrific way. but still we have some ideals that can help us to make a difference. I believe in liberty and justice for all. I believe in the words of the Declaration of Independence. All persons created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I believe that notwithstanding our imperfections, we still have an opportunity to have that more perfect union. So I rise today, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the name of mercy. In the name of mercy. Justice, yes, always justice, but also mercy. Because justice has to do with the law and fairness, but mercy has to do with compassion and grace. And still I rise, and still I rise. A proud son of the segregated South. I know what it's like to be discriminated against. I know what it's like to drink from colored water fountains. I know what it's like to sit in the back of the bus because you're required to. I know what it's like to sit in the balcony of the movie because you're required to. I know what segregation is all about, and I know what apartheid's all about. And for those of us who lived segregation, the difference between apartheid and segregation is just a spelling of the words. I understand it. So a lot of what I say here on the floor has much to do with the history that I have lived. I care about those who are downtrodden, perhaps because I have walked in their shoes. I care about those who are being denied their human rights, their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Because for many years, I lived in the segregated South where those rights were not afforded me. The rights that the Constitution of the United States of America codified for me, my friends and neighbors, took them away. So I wanted you to, Mr. Speaker, to know just a little bit more about me, because today I rise with an appeal for innocent victims. Just before coming to the floor, I saw a preview, if you will, a showing of what happened in Israel on October the 7th. Mr. Speaker, there is no way to justify that level of inhumanity to human beings. It cannot be justified. We can never tolerate that level of inhumanity. We have to speak up. We have to say something, and we have to do something. I understand. And for those who didn't see what I saw, let me share just a few aspects of what I saw with you. I saw people who would shoot human beings and then decide to decapitate them. I saw an actual decapitation take place. I saw persons being pulled along and brutalized. I would not have you see it, but I would have you know that it happened as I saw it. This is human beings demonstrating an inhumanity to other humans. So I just left this showing. And I'm here today to appeal to this Congress and all who can view what I'm saying for mercy. Mercy and prayers, if you will, aid, if you will, to the Israelis. But I also am here to ask for mercy and aid for the Palestinians. Our signature has been placed on by virtue of our largesse to Israel. Our signature was on those bombs. I believe that we have a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation to do something about the conditions that were created when those bombs were dropped in Gaza. According to the statistical information that has been afforded me by my capable, competent, and qualified staff, the death toll has risen to more than 27,000 in Gaza. And here is the statistic that ought to touch your heart. I don't care where you're from. It ought to touch your heart to hear this statistic. 10,000 of them were children. You can blame adults, but you can't blame those children. 10,000 babies. Those babies are innocent victims. Those persons in Israel on October 7th were innocent victims. There are innocent victims in Gaza who are women and men. We ought to care about innocent victims, regardless as to where they're from. 10,000 children lost their lives. Reports show that more than 67,000 individuals have been injured. More than 67,000. Those 67,000 people are going to hopefully have a life, but I don't want them to have a life wherein their future, as they see it, has vengeance and revenge. The parents of those 10,000 children, I don't want them to see only vengeance and revenge in their future. Vengeance and revenge doesn't end in one cycle. It's a continuous cycle that you're into. At some point, we have to get out of the killing. I'm asking for mercy. I understand justice. But I know this, an injustice in the name of justice is still an injustice. We cannot, as the United States of America, the country that believes in liberty and justice for all, we cannot sit and watch what's happening in Gaza and not have some sense of a desire to help them. According to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, over 300,000 people are at risk of famine. 300,000 people at risk of famine. 300,000 people hungry. 300,000 people cramped into a very small space. I've been to Gaza, the most densely populated area in the world, and that was when all of Gaza was available to the Palestinians who lived there. Now that you have them confined in just a smaller area, a much smaller area, imagine what it is like for 300,000 people to be at risk of famine. A quarter of Gaza's population, and that's around 500,000 people, are believed to be at phase 5, the catastrophic level, the level where you have a risk for mass starvation and death. I don't wish this kind of thing to happen to anyone. We are a country known for our mercy in war. In this country, if we are at war with you, engaged in mortal combat, if we should injure you in mortal combat, we give you aid and comfort. In this country, we understand that there is a difference between war and a person who is wounded. Yes, you can be at war, but the wounded ought to be treated. And by the way, those persons who on October 7th took the lives of those innocent persons in Israel, they were not giving aid and comfort. But we have an opportunity to do something about this. We cannot allow Gaza to go on suffering with famine in this catastrophic way. We're the United States of America. When we show up, we bring liberty and justice with us. We bring mercy with us. We're not like the other guys. We're different. It's time for us to show up. It's time for us to make it clear that we plan to be of assistance to the Palestinians. We've already made it clear that we're going to be of assistance to Israel. Now we have to make it clear that we're going to be of assistance to Palestinians, the innocent victims. Mr. Netanyahu himself has said that the Palestinians are victims. It's Hamas. It's Hamas that has created the catastrophe. So we must show up, and we have a duty because our fingerprints are on those bombs, those munitions. We are the United States of America. We have to act like it. As of the end of November, more than 1,000 children have undergone one or double leg amputations. This is according to UNICEF. We don't want those 1,000 children to grow up with revenge as the hallmark of their history. We're the United States of America. When we show up, things change. Analysis of satellite photos suggests that between 50 to 61% of all structures in Gaza, this is the Gaza Strip, have been damaged as of January 29th. 50 to 61%. 50 to 61% includes, but not limited to, schools, includes, homes, includes, hospitals, includes the things that make life livable. 50 to 61%. In rebuilding Gaza, it's estimated, and estimates vary, but it's estimated that the economic cost to rebuild it after this war, depending on who's making the estimate and when the estimate was released, according to estimates, one in January, Reuters article, a Palestinian official has indicated that it could be $15 billion. And this is needed to rebuild Gaza's housing units, $15 billion. Now, we can't talk about sending millions to Gaza when we're sending scores of millions to other places. Our fingerprints were on those bombs. So we're going to have to do more than send a few $100 million. I know that I will have people who will say, well, we can't afford it. We can't afford not to do it because there's a future that we all have to encounter. And that future ought not have in it another cycle of revenge. Our fingerprints were on those bombs that fell in Gaza. The official estimates that 350,000 housing units have been damaged, and 150,000 of them would need to be rebuilt at a cost of about $100,000 per unit. These people are without homes. Many of them were living in circumstances less than desirable before this war, and they're even less desirable now. And according to a December analysis by DW News, a German-based state-owned news station, rebuilding Gaza after the war would cost up to $50 billion. I'm not suggesting that we send $50 billion, but I am suggesting this, that any bill that we pass have money in it for Gaza, and I would hope that we would have the courage to have a line item for Gaza, just as we will have a line item for Ukraine, a line item for Israel, a line item for Taiwan and the Pacific Rim. We ought to have a line item for Gaza. Our fingerprints are on the bombs that fell on Gaza. I have said I'm interested in justice always, but today the appeal is for mercy. As I indicated, justice has to do with the law and fairness. But today I'm asking for mercy for these babies in Gaza that are now fatherless and motherless, for these parents in Gaza who have lost their children. I want to show you just a few pictures to help you better understand what we're dealing with. This first picture that I will show you, is just to give you what an indication or some depiction of what you've already seen. I'm sure you have if you've been attuned to the news. This is much of what these statistical pieces of information reveal. You can see the destruction. This is not habitable, uninhabitable. Our fingerprints on this. Those bombs have our fingerprints, had our fingerprints. We got to do something about this. Here is a picture of a person, an adult, with children. 2 adults, 2 children. I don't know whether that's their home in the background, but I know that those conditions are not suitable for human habitation. And you look at these beautiful babies. Babies are innocent victims of this war. We've got to do something about this. Our fingerprints are on the bombs. Here is a depiction of a child, young person. By the way, I did not bring some of the photos that would give you a more horrific representation. But now as you look at this, I want you to see the Israeli baby. See the Israeli children in this child. There were some Israeli children who were harmed to a greater extent than you see here, and there are some children in Gaza who are harmed to a greater extent than you see here. But as we look at this child, don't look for someone that looks like you. Look at a human being. And our fingerprints on the bombs that created these conditions. The people in Gaza have been forced to relocate and relocate. Can you imagine what it would be like to be told that you have to move out of your home, told to do it on short notice, don't have a vehicle, all of the luxuries that we enjoy? So you take your cart and your donkey and you load up, and you and your family are off to look for a safe place to live, not necessarily a comfortable place. This has happened. This has happened to the Palestinians in Gaza. We've got to do something about this. And finally, my appeal to you, don't see a Palestinian, please. See a human being. Think of the Israelis that were harmed. Realize that there are children in Gaza that have been harmed. Harmed is a very kind, polite word for all of these innocent victims. It's a very polite way to say that children have lost their lives. It's a very polite way to speak of the inhumanity that the Israelis suffered. It's a polite way to talk about decapitations. We are the United States of America. We hold within our hands the power to show the world that these kinds of circumstances can be addressed, and that we plan to be a party to the effort to make right these injustices. Yes, injustices. Injustice in Israel, injustice in Gaza. Now, when it comes time for us to do what we can monetarily, there has to be aid for Gaza. There has to be aid for Palestinians. We cannot decide that our aid can only benefit some when we know that we have a duty to benefit others. This is our duty and our responsibility. We must do what we can to ensure that the persons in Gaza receive aid and comfort. They are innocent victims, and all innocent victims have to be accorded the opportunity to have a brighter future. I'm always fond of quoting Dr. King, and the quote that everybody knows is most applicable here. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. It may not happen today, but if we leave these injustices unchecked, if we don't do what we can to provide aid and comfort to Palestinians, the injustice that we see in these distant places can haunt us, because our fingerprints are on the bombs that created these circumstances. I will go back to my district, and on Saturday, I will continue this. I will continue this process on Saturday because I have scheduled a meeting with constituents at the Fountain of Praise. Those of you from Houston and my district, you know of what I speak and the location that I speak of. 10 o'clock a.m. This is an indication of what I will talk about, but it's not a complete story of what I will reveal. So I ask persons who come, bring your video equipment. We'll do it live, and you can video it so that the world may see there is nothing to hide. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time, and I believe that we can make the difference necessary to end the cycle of vengeance. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Eloquently speaking about the children and the pain, to rise to the floor today, having just stood on the grounds of the United States Capitol, wondering why we have not been able to pass the $95 billion that would aid in the crisis in Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, the southern border that they left out, but Gaza. And I rise today to associate and agree that we must have humanitarian aid for the Palestinians, for the children, for Gaza, and we must have it now. This is no room to leave out these precious souls and to continue to leave them without homes, without food, without clothing, without refuge. It is clear that I stand today for aid to our Palestinian and humanitarian relief, and as well the children. I finish, Mr. Speaker, by saying it is important that the President gave TPS to those Palestinians who cannot return home. Let us bring humanitarian relief to human beings and to these children, and I know that we can do this together as a Congress. Let's do it now. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. You know, over the last several years, we've received a seemingly endless stream of reports of abuses by the FBI and other parts of our federal police apparatus spying on Americans by abusing either Section 702 or Title I of FISA. So I want to review some of those with you today, and then before I get into the border. But let's talk about the report issued April 21st, 2022 by the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court of Washington, D.C. Here's what some of them are. Between late 2016 and early 2020, the FBI regularly queried unminimized FISA information using identifiers of individuals listed in local police homicide reports. This wasn't people accused. This included victims. They were using illicit querying, which in my world, when I used to practice, we would call an illegal search. They were going after victims, the next of kin of the victim, witnesses. And guess what was found? Those queries violated the querying standard because there was no reasonable basis to expect they would return foreign intelligence or evidence of crime. That's just one. Next one. June 2020, using identifiers of 133 individuals arrested in connection with civil unrest and protests between May 30th and June 18th, 2020. Guess what they found? No specific potential connections to terrorist-related activity, and there was not going to be a reasonable likelihood that they would retrieve evidence of a crime. But the FBI still conducted that illegal query. Between June 11th, 15th, and 15, 2020, another 656 queries done. Guess what? No reasonable likelihood of finding evidence of a crime or international terrorism. On the January 6th issue, an analyst ran 13 queries. Again, couldn't even remember why she was doing this, but there was no reasonable likelihood to receive foreign intelligence or evidence of a crime. April 26, 2021, again, more political activist groups, going after political activist groups. 330 queries, 697 queries. Again, no likelihood of foreign intelligence, no evidence of a crime. They continued on, 2 more queries, another 360 queries here, another 400 here. The queries, none of these queries were reasonably likely to retrieve foreign intelligence or evidence of a crime. How about this one? They conducted 3 batch queries. This is the FBI spying on Americans. They conducted 3 batch queries consisting of approximately 23,132 separate queries. Guess what? Those are all related to January 6th. What did they find? No basis to believe the queries were reasonably likelihood to retrieve foreign intelligence information or evidence of a crime from Section 702 of the FISA. How about this one? This is a favorite. 19,000 people wanted to donate to a political campaign, so they donated to somebody's campaign. What happened? FBI queried all 19,000 of those people. Guess what? They said there were only 8 of those 19,000 that had any ties whatsoever to foreign influence. They abused the civil liberties of 19,000 individuals without reasonable basis. And go on here, there's 2,000 more between April 1st, 2020 and March 31st. Again, no likelihood of intelligence, no likelihood that they'll find anything leading to a crime. And it goes on and on in this report. And people say to me, Andy, why do you think we have to have a warrant before the federal government starts gaining access to your personal private telecommunications data? It's because the FBI has abused it time and time again. So when we start looking at this, we see other things. How about this one? This report literally came out yesterday on Valentine's Day. The U.S. intelligence community asked foreign spy agencies to surveil 26 associates of Donald Trump in the run-up to the 2016 election. They asked foreign spy agencies of the Five Eyes. Now, who are the Five Eyes? Intelligence gathering organizations in the U.S., UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. They asked them to spy on people working in Donald Trump's campaign. There was no basis for it. There was no indication that there was any wrongdoing going on, that they would find foreign intelligence, but they had something they wanted to do, and that was to craft a narrative. You know who knew about that? The highest levels of the Barack Obama government. And when I say highest levels, President Obama, Vice President Biden, James Clapper, James Comey. In December of 2023, a letter was written by the chairwoman of the U.S. Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. Now, this is important because my colleagues in the Intelligence Committee, they want to tell you that, oh my gosh, you can't have warrants, man. If you have warrants, we're not going to be able to spy on enough people, so we can't stop potential threats to the country. Well, let me read to you what this is. By the way, when I asked them about this letter, because I had this letter, they said, we never heard of that person, we never heard of that board. Odd, isn't it, that that board is mentioned in the base bill that they signed off on. It's mentioned in the base bill. What is it for? This is a group that's supposed to help monitor and make sure that we get everything we need to cure and fix FISA going forward. Now, I'm going to take a brief break before I continue on with that and yield some time to my good friend from Louisiana, the irredoubtable Clay Higgins.
I thank my friend from Arizona. Mr. Speaker, we truly live in an interesting time in our country when Americans watch this and they see two lone conservative Republicans, two members of the House Freedom Caucus, standing in an empty chamber discussing some of the most challenging threats we've ever faced as a nation. And what might we do? So I think the answer lies in the simple acknowledgement of the fact that this is not our house. This house belongs to the people. And the people are always present because the people are watching. Americans are quick to forgive and hesitant to condemn. It's in our nature. It's in our DNA. Conservative Americans, particularly, find it difficult to believe that our own federal government has, in many instances, across several agencies and departments, become quite weaponized against the people in a regular course of events. Every day, Americans read the headlines about the FBI violation of laws, the DOJ persecution of Americans that does not seem to comply with judicial righteousness. They see our former president's home raided by the FBI. They have friends and neighbors that are raided by the IRS and the ATF or the DOL or the EPA. Americans see this and acknowledge it, but we have been slow to condemn, again, because it's in our nature to be understanding and forgiving, and compassionate and supportive, certainly of some of the most historically admired agencies in the history of our country, like the FBI. So, although we as a nation, as we look at men like Congressman Biggs and myself, we oppose, how dare we, but we oppose the expansion of police state surveillance. And this echoes across the land where gradually America is waking up. And it's certainly time to wake up because we don't have too much time left. We can lose this thing if we don't respond now and act now to protect American individual rights and liberties and freedoms from an ever-encroaching, oppressive government. If we don't act, we'll lose this thing. Men like Andy Biggs and I know that. That's why we're here alone, Mr. Speaker. That's why we cry out on behalf of the nation that we love. The moment's coming when Americans across the land, from sea to shining sea, will say, I understand what's happening, and I condemn it. That moment's coming when Americans will realize that everything you have stored in the cloud is already in the possession of your FBI and DOJ, NSA, CIA. That moment of awareness is coming. And conservative, constitutionalist Republicans like me and my colleagues in the Freedom Caucus, we are standing in this moment of time, not in opposition to our Americans that disagree with us, but in support and love for the Americans that we've sworn an oath to the freedom, the constitutional rights, the civil liberties, the protected right to travel the land and be secure in our persons, our effects, our papers, and our homes, as stated by our founders. We stand for that right, and we're not going to allow American freedoms to be run over by out-of-control, rogue operatives within our federal government. So I thank my colleague and friend, Representative Biggs, for allowing me to speak on the floor this day. I support this vigorous debate, and I am confident that America will land on the right side of this thing so that we can preserve and protect the freedoms that we enjoy in our republic. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
I thank the gentleman, my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins. He's very eloquent as he conveyed our passion, our sincere desire to curb and restrain an out-of-control, weaponized federal government. So as I was talking before, how do you get there? Well, one of the solutions is you have a warrant before you can be able to go and conduct that investigation, that basic query into my personal data. We've got some here that don't want to do that. They say, oh, no, we need to expand our spying. And they actually want more authority when they've abused literally 278,000 times in the last few years with what the Inspector General said were unlawful queries. So we asked the head of the U.S. Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, whose job is to watch the FISA court, to say, hey, look, tell us, we want to know. If there's a warrant there, is it going to hinder collection of information that is necessary for the national security of the country? You know what she said? She said, I strongly disagree that a requirement for FISC approval of U.S. person queries would amount to a de facto ban. What's that requirement? It's a warrant. As noted in my separate statement, quote, requiring FISC review of U.S. person query terms is necessary to protect Americans' privacy rights, and in my view would neither cause an end to U.S. person queries nor undermine the overall efficacy of Section 702 in protecting U.S. national security, close quote. Especially assuming that Congress were to provide exceptions as outlined, and we have provided those exceptions. Those exceptions in our warrant requirement are consistent with the canon of law, which interprets the most controversial, I shouldn't say controversial, but the most contested of the Bill of Rights, the Fourth Amendment. And not only are the exceptions there, I brought this just so you could see, just so I could hold it up so everybody could see. Where these blue tabs are, there's other parts of that same underlying base bill, which would curb this abuse of FISA, that actually have the same exceptions. And so my colleagues who are claiming, oh no, we can't go forward because we got to have carte blanche on it, the reality is they themselves know and have approved those exceptions in other parts of the base bill. Now I'm going to leave FISA for a second. Other than I got to say one more thing. We were scheduled today, this week, we were supposed to be having right now the debate and the vote on the rule to allow this base bill to go forward, and on the amendments, 3 amendments from the Judiciary Committee, 3 from the Intelligence Committee, so we would have a true, regular order, open debate on this very critical issue. Something happened yesterday You had the presentation by Judiciary and Rules Committee. And about that time, there was an announcement that there was something going on, top secret national security issue. Come down to the classified room and you could read the documents. At that time, when that statement was released by the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, what happened to the Dow Jones? It took a spike downward because it spooked our economy. What happened around the world? Nations wanted to know, what in the heck is that talking about? He's the Intelligence Committee chairman. They were concerned and nervous about that. Now, I went down and read that document. I can't talk about the document. But I can tell you what the ranking member said. The ranking member said, there's nothing to panic about. There's nothing new here. I've never seen U.S. national security leveraged to prevent us from even being able to debate a bill or an amendment. In this case, not even the bill, just the amendment. It's outrageous. Now let's talk about something else that's outrageous. I just spent hours in a committee hearing where they always use the term, that my Democrat friends always use the term, fanatic MAGA Republicans, far-right MAGA Republicans. They said those far-right MAGA Republicans, they have to obey Donald Trump on the border. Donald Trump doesn't want anything done on the border. Well, I'm going to tell you something right now. My far-left fanatic Democrat friends are intent on obeying Joe Biden, President Biden, and they don't want the border secure. And they say, oh my gosh, Joe Biden says, I got to have more authorities. He didn't need more authorities when he issued dozens of executive orders within 72 hours of being inaugurated as president that basically emasculated all of our border security. Title 8's not been revised. Title 8 is still there. That is the title under which CBP and ICE operate and USCIS. It's right there. That hasn't been changed. You know what's been changed? This administration has basically said, we're not going to enforce the law. Not only did they say that, when you go down to the border, and I go down often, and you talk to them, where are you from? I'm from Senegal. Really? What are you doing over here? Where are you from? I'm from Burkina Faso. How about you? I'm from Guinea. How about you? Guatemala. They're from all over the world. Mali, Mauritania. Down in Lukeville, for a while, Mauritanians was the #1 country of origin for these illegal aliens. Why are you coming? We were told it's easy to get into the United States today. That's why we're here. Yeah, I said, you're from Northeast Africa. Why are you coming to the U.S. into an out of the way place like Lukeville, Arizona? I'm here because the Office of Migration from the United Nations told me it's actually easier to get into the U.S. border, get across the U.S. border, than it is to get into Europe today. Well, so let me just tell you, we saw this today in our hearing. One of the Democrats said, you know, what authority do you think that President Biden has today that he could actually shut the border? Well, our witness correctly cited 8 U.S.C. Section 1182F, which confers upon the President the authority to close the border in response to a crisis. The U.S. Supreme Court has upheld that in Trump versus Hawaii. They noted that the statute, quote, entrusts to the President the decisions whether and when to suspend entry, whose entry to suspend, for how long, and on what conditions, close quote. Don't tell me that this president can't close the border tomorrow. I'll give you another example. The Del Rio sector, Del Rio, you remember this. The Del Rio Bridge, across that bridge, it goes across the Rio Grande, right? There is a port of entry right up there on the bridge. Haitians were coming in, 15 to 20,000 a day. They had 15,000 or so underneath that bridge. The question at that point was this: why is Mexico letting them organize? Because they were organizing down about 60 miles south of the border, bus caravans of Haitians, bringing them up. They would then wade across the Rio Grande River. What could we do? Well, the CBP sector chief said, I'm closing that port of entry. Now, when you close the port of entry, guess who gets stopped? That's right, legal traffic and the commercial legal traffic. And you know what happened? The town just across the river from Del Rio, they said, we can't take this. They lasted 2 days. They called the federal government of Mexico and said, we can't have this port of entry closed. They stopped transporting those illegal aliens to the border to come across. That's what happens. That's how when you close that border, you close that down and use that leverage, all of a sudden Mexico becomes compliant and they stop facilitating illegal aliens, that illegal border crossing. That's what happens when you have the will to do something. And I commend the sector chief there because they kind of took it on their own on that. That's what goes on, and that's what has to go on. I urge, how much time do I have left, sir?
The gentleman has 7 minutes remaining.
Oh, that's light years. Okay, thank you. So I urge my colleagues to join me in calling upon our leadership to do something that I think is critical. What is it that we need? We need the leverage to get enforcement, not the leverage to enact policy. I believe this is a lawless administration. They are not going to enforce the policies that we invoke. They instead will go around them. So for instance, H.R. 2. When we go to H.R. 2, a lot of my colleagues say we need to stick H.R. 2 on everything. Well, the problem with sticking H.R. 2 on anything is even if H.R. 2 passes, it is a great law, by the way. I've written most of the provisions in that H.R. 2 one time or another, introduced those one time or another. It is a good law. I'm a co-sponsor of that bill. It takes care of a lot of issues, whether it's on asylum, whether it's on Flores, whether it's on any of these other technical issues we have. But guess what? Even if it becomes law, I believe that the administration will paper over it and they'll go around the law. And they'll go around the law because they want an open border. That is what they want. So I thought I would share with you just a couple other interesting anecdotes. I got a call recently from a friend of mine down on the border. He's working in the area of the Tohono O'odham Reservation. Tohono O'odham Reservation has 62 linear miles on the border between Arizona and Mexico. In the middle of that area, you got the Babos Mountains are coming down, and then you have this area we call the San Miguel Gate. It's this gate. It's really isolated. There's nothing else out there. A little bit, about a mile. I'm thinking to myself, south, moving this way, so that would be west. You're going to have the Bambry Wash. People can just flow across the Bambry Wash. There's no fence per se. There's a four-strand wire fence there. And a few months ago, when I was down there, we're driving down the road, and what do I see? I see what looks like 5 or 6 kids playing in the dirt road. I mean, there's nothing there. We've been driving for miles, haven't seen anybody, no CBP agents and anything. And we get up there, and there's a group of 25 people, mostly family units. We asked them where they came from. They said, we were down in Caborca. That's about 40, 50 miles south of the border. That's where we met up with our coyote. And the coyote, did you know any of these people? No, we didn't know each other. We all had hired this coyote. We came together. The coyote brings us up, drops us off several miles south of the border, points up and says, just keep walking towards that mountain. And when you get across the border, when you get across to the wires, step across, sit alongside the road, and sooner or later, CBP agents will come. We asked them how long they've been there. They'd been there 4 hours, hadn't seen agents. We happened to be down there. I had some members of Congress with me. Anyway, I tell you that because that's how remote this place is. But you know how many people they're getting there? Groups of 700 to 800 a day, with single groups. This is busloads that are being organized in Caborca. They're bringing them up, dropping them off, and here they come through the San Miguel Gate. And guess what happens at that point? Every agent that's on duty is now processing and moving those people up to a soft-sided facility to await further processing and ultimately within 72 hours release into the United States of America with parole status, which means they can work after a 6 months period of time. They're going to get legal papers, yet they entered the country illegally. Well, so I asked them, what is happening otherwise? Well, it just so happens that that is the sector that has the highest rate of known and suspected unknown gotaways. And why do they not want to, why don't they want to just surrender? Because it's so easy now. You just surrender, they're going to process you and release you and pay for you to go wherever you want to go in the country. Well, what the deal is, they're carrying drugs, or else they're Chinese nationals of military age, or they're from other nations that are special interest, that sponsor terrorism. So they're coming through. And how do we know that they're coming through in these groups? Because we do have some sensors in some of those places. We still are using tracking. We got agents who still track. And the score is, if there's more than 20 in that group, they don't write 35, they write 20 plus. So even that's inaccurate. I join my colleagues, please. We have to use the purse strings that we have and stop funding a government that's spying on us and is emasculating our southern border. We no longer have a border. That's the only way you're going to get enforcement on the border. Policy's good, but enforcement is the goal. I thank you for letting me take time. With that, I'll yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
You too.